Okay, we are live. Sort of. we are just now getting live. So hopefully everyone is doing all right. Oh wow, that was actually really quick there. My Discord bot of doom. It actually popped it up right as soon as I pressed that going live thing. So it's doing better. It'll still probably spam it every like hour or so, because for some reason YouTube streams do that with the bot that I'm using on Discord to announce it. So that's awesome. But anyway, I've done a little bit of leveling off screen. We're 43. Got ourselves Bariza, and we also made ourselves a piece armor. I made it in a breastplate because one, it's cheap, the actual runes for it, so I don't mind making a second one later. And two, I thought I had more 3-socket armors. This was like the only one that I had that was reasonable, so I was like, okay, I will keep that one for in case we ever need it for an Enigma online, which is very, very unlikely that we are going to end up doing that. But anyway, we are ready to go through Act 3, possibly even Act 4. Act 3 is going to be a little bit of the longest part of the today, and then we will... Act 4 and Act 5 are usually a little bit shorter, but I've already summoned a Valkyrie here, just because we want one out. We do have a piece on, so we will end up getting another one relatively soon, hopefully, and that is higher level. So, and yes, with Bariza, we actually do fire relatively slow, but it's fast for a crossbow, so we're good. We need more attack speed from somewhere, but it's not going to hurt anything to have just this amount. If I put a shale in it, I think I do hit another frame rate breakpoint with it, but I'm not certain. And that's pretty much where we're at now. We're just going into Act 3 hoping for the best and hoping we get that Great Marsh skip, which would be a very, very lovely. So, yep, and we're just resummoning her as we walk along. And the reason we do still get a point in Valkyrie, even though we are relying on the summon for it, even though we're relying on the armor for it, is because by having 1 point here, it won't unsummon whenever it does the checks. So that is an important thing to remember, that if you don't have points in the Valkyrie, you're not going to actually be able to keep that thing alive. So hopefully we'll get one relatively quick. I will be probably using multi-shot and stuff like that in the very near future, but not right this second. And we'll check that class orb. It's probably garbage. It is. But we do actually have a Jade figurine finally. Sweet. And this will be... Oh, we still have hell difficulty. Yeah, I cannot wait until we don't have to, like, assemble all the pieces of our nonsense. Hey, it actually it summoned her fairly quickly. So now we have a level 15 Valkyrie, which is nice. So we wouldn't mind the waypoint if this is Spider Cavern. Awesome. If it's Arachnid Lair, awesome as well. It's Arachnid Lair, which means that we should have the waypoint nearby. There it is. So, yeah, I don't mind getting the waypoint for Spider Forest, even though it's literally right outside the door. It can still put you further along in the place than necessarily going out the door. So, that's just due to how this place is formed. It's one big long tunnel. And yes, multi-shot with Bariza is very nice. You should definitely consider it if you have a Bariza and you're going to be using it as your primary weapon. It's not a bad option. Guided Arrow is also pretty good, and I am contemplating using the Act 4 skill points to get 1 point in that. It does reduce the cost getting more points in it, though, so we'll see. I might go ahead and get it just like in general so we can have Guided Arrow with this, which is just an always hit kind of thing. So, another nice thing about Bariza is it freezes target, and we are actually getting decent summon rates on her. Earlier, whenever I was doing the leveling up, I just wasn't getting squat. I cleared entire areas and didn't summon a single Valkyrie. But now it seems to be working just fine. So we're good. So generally speaking, we're just going to have a chill day. We're going to relax. We're going to destroy everything probably because we have gear that we've transferred off of the other characters that we've just found along the way. That's kind of what you do whenever you're doing a account self-found kind of thing. Or if you're playing single player, you just inherit your things to other characters. Hey Andre, how's it going? Hopefully you're having a good day as well. I am doing pretty good. Have had mosquito problems lately for some reason, but other than that, fairly solid. So if you see me stop it randomly, that's just me scratching whenever I shouldn't be. So that's absolutely lovely. So there was a mosquito trapped in the house, and apparently it thought I looked tasty overnight, which kind of sucked. So let's go ahead and just keep getting all these guys down. You managed to find a Mara's amulet. Awesome! Congratulations, Tryon. Okay, so as far as getting rid of all these other ones, but Mara's is a fairly solid amulet. It's just consistently good. If you don't know what amulet to use, it's a good little slot in there. That and High Lords, and to an extent Atmas, are some of the ones that I use the most as far as unique amulets go, at least. I do end up using crafted and rare amulets to an extent as well, but that's just because I have tons of them on single player. We're about to have tons more. I'm still working on getting the 3,000 amulets done. I have not had a long stretch of time where I can just farm those lately. But we will be having, yes, an amulet one and a circlet one at the very least. I might be doing belts, gloves, and stuff like that soon. Mosquito problems in November. Yeah, it's currently 17C here. So in case you guys are curious what the temperature is. So, just in case you're wondering. What's the best way to find Stones of Jordan? Probably the easiest one is either Nightmare Andariel, or I think Nightmare Council can drop it. I don't remember for sure, but I know that late Nightmare Super Uniques can, so you can do like Nightmare Pindle for it if you really want. But generally, I just farm Nightmare Andariel. She's consistent, she can drop other really good things, and she has a high jewelry drop rate compared to other act bosses. And by being a Nightmare, it keeps her from being able to drop the high-level rings. So you trim it down from being like 1 in 59 to 1 in 30-something chance. Yep, Saturday night stream. Yeah, I don't mind doing weekend streams. They're usually pretty relaxing. The audience is pretty chill. Generally speaking, if I wanted to go like for maximum viewership, I would focus in on Friday streams. Because that, generally speaking, whenever on the rare occasion I've done those, it's usually like 3 or 4 times the number of people watching, which is really weird to me because, well, not super weird. I guess Friday night, everyone's still coming off of work and stuff, so. Honestly, do 1,000 Nightmare Andy runs and tell you how many SOJs you get? Probably 0. You might get 1 out of 1,000 runs, but that is probably the best place to find it. Because you have to, A, roll unique on the ring. First off, you have to actually roll a ring from her. Then you have to roll unique ring, and then you have to roll SOJ out of those. So for good ISB, we shall see. Worst case scenario, I'll do what I did last time, restart everything, even the systems, because apparently restarting my modem and router things do not actually always work, which kind of sucks a little bit, but it's there. And I do like using this because look at how much we leech. It's so nice. And since we have knockback, things are not as big of a threat for the mercenary because we do actually knock them back randomly. These larger enemies, a little bit more of a pain in the ass, but still. And we do need to keep an eye on our bolts because I keep forgetting I am using bolts and they have 100 less per stack. I find the bolt limit to be a little bit irritating, but I'm so glad a lot of modern action RPGs got rid of the durability mechanic. Dear God, it's a little bit irritating. Let's see. Hey, Nonovis. How's it going? And I'm doing okay. We are poisoned to high hell right now, but we're fine. Hey, it's not the worst poison we've ever had, and I think, yeah, we have to go up and around. No! No! I forget what I'm thinking of whenever I do that. What mic am I using? Oh, I am using an AT2005. It's not... there's a lot of places it's not available. If you're looking for a good microphone for relatively cheap, I wholeheartedly recommend the AT2020 for microphones. Audio-Technica. If you just search AT2020, you'll find it, though. It's a little bit more widely available. It's not as directional as this one, so you'd hear all like the outside noises a bit more if I was using that one, but it works. It's got more of a round sound to it than this one. This one's meant as a stage microphone. So there are things that it doesn't do exceptionally well. And Mercenary, please do not die. Oh, and we got Cesark this far up from it? Jeez, my dude. You are a little bit out of the way. You got Fury, Java, into Nightmare yesterday. Started your bow hybrid, and Magic Arrow's doing well. Magic Arrow is just a nice thing to have if you are using a bow. If you run out of arrows, it still works. Unlike Guided Arrow, Multi-Shot, any of those, even the Elemental Arrows, they take... And we are going to totally die from poison. No, you can't die from poison unless you get poisoned at 1 life. And hi, Plutobar. How's it going? I should probably greet everyone. Hi, Travis. Hi. I am not trying to pronounce your name. And hi, Travis, Nonovus, Bartimaeus is as close as I can get on that one. I almost wanted to call you Bartholomew, but that's sold, and that is sold. So we've got ourselves an eyeball. They're going to keep their eye on me. But hopefully everyone is having a good luck in the game lately and actually finding all the items they are seeking. And that would be a definitely good thing. Personally, I don't need items on here. I have everything I need to beat the game with every single character now. I just got to level 42, so you can use your Titans. Yes, Titans are exceptionally good javelins. We have not found one yet, surprisingly. But that might also be because I'm a derp and just clicked go west. But no, it might be because I haven't done much magic finding. And I hate that it spawns us over here whenever we use him to go west. So we gotta run all the way back. I was paying attention to chat and was just clicking on autopilot. Because I was thinking, oh, I need to get some more bolts going. And it was just like, yep. But yeah, it seems to be a strike between Bartholomew and Osmodeus. But anyway, got an Eth Titans. It's 195% ED and 7% life leech. Nice. Still looking for a Monarch. Yeah, Monarchs can be a bit of a pain if you aren't lucky enough to find one. Because generally speaking, what I do whenever I'm really like not finding that Monarch that I need is I will go into a heavily populated area like Flayer Jungle in Hell difficulty and just start nuking things with absolutely 0 magic find. What's the best magic find percent to have? Honestly, it depends. If you're looking for Runeward bases, 0. If you're looking for uniques, the higher you can get, the better. But, and this is a big but, if you're killing any slower, you should stop adding magic find. That's just general rule of thumb. But you have diminishing returns as soon from 1% onward. It's always going to be a diminishing return on unique find and set find and rare find. But the extent of that diminishing return increases as you get higher. Usually, if I'm just making a build for just wandering around and testing, my goal is to get around 250%. Just as part of the build existing. And that generally works out pretty good. That's how I've gotten most of my items. So, that's about the best recommendation I can give for that. So, we've got this area done. We want to keep heading to the east, so that's why we didn't take the waypoint. It's not far enough in, and I don't want to mess with them. We do have a level 15 Valkyrie that can handle tanking pretty much anything we want. And we do actually have an exit over here, I think. We do. This is going to be Flayer Jungle. Please let this be Flayer Jungle. Wow, we just didn't hit anything. There you go. Good job. Now, we are getting... This is not going to be a skiller. Oh, wait. Yes, it is. What? Those guys are high enough? They would have to be level 51. So I'm guessing they are level 51. Usually I say aim for the Travancore onward, but hey, we got one. Got a summon skill. I was like, that can't be a skiller. But these might be level 51. I know it happens in the middle of Act 3. So, yay, we got that. Is 472 enough? It's more than enough. At 472, you still have... Oh, geez. I'm trying to remember what it is to get 200%. It's like, to double your chance at a unique, you need something around like 200 and something % magic find. To triple it, you need around 1,000. If memory is serving. And yeah, if your gear is godly, you can just get a ton of magic find easy. It's built into a lot of really good skills. So let's go ahead and get grabbing Guided Arrow at the least. Yep. Game is very heavy RNG. Magic find only matters so late in the formula that I think people don't really understand that the fact that you're not finding uniques isn't necessarily because of your magic find. It might just be the bases that are getting rolled. So and where did our Valkyrie go? She just disappeared. But for example, this full helm, I doubt it's going to be, but yeah, it's not double durability. But a lot of because that would have been Eisenhart's if it was. But basically, if you roll a base item, it goes, okay, this is the base item. Can this be a different quality? Yes or no? And if it's yes, then it says, okay, what quality is this? Normal. Actually, it checks for unique first, then it checks for set. Then it goes unique first, set, then rare, then magic. And then if none of those say yes, then it's just a white item. Then it checks if it's socketed, ethereal, that kind of stuff. So what happens is you may be getting a ton of items that are dropping, but if you're getting, say, all ballistas or something like that, it could very well be that you got a set ballista which doesn't exist, so you get a double durability ballista, but you can't see that double durability because it's a bow. It's just a whole list of things, but it has to drop one of those variable items for magic find to even matter in the first place. So like this flawless skull, it doesn't care that I have magic find. It doesn't make that flawless skull more or less likely to drop. So that's pretty much just, I should do a new magic find video updated with new graphics and all that kind of fun stuff with our new little sidebar thing, which I don't currently have loaded into the streaming software, but we could possibly add that in and do live tutorials if we really wanted to. I personally don't like doing them. I prefer having my notes on the side there, because usually what I'll do is I will basically outline what I want in a video, and most of the time it's just going off of a bullet list of like, I want to mention X, Y, and Z about this item, status, whatever, and go with that. For more complicated topics, I might actually write out a paragraph instead of just a bullet point, but that's a whole lot of behind the scenes that I haven't really gotten into before. There's a lot of different things about it. And yes, I have started taking the very common YouTube advice of come up with the title of the video before you start recording it, because I'm like, oh, I want to do this video about what makes a good build. And I have gone through that about 6 times now, and I'm like, I'm not happy with the result of this. So that's why you haven't seen a guide on what makes a good build, despite the fact that I get really frustrated watching a lot of these communities, because I have been sort of sneaking into various communities under other names and seeing like what kind of treatment new players are getting. And hint, they're getting really shitty treatment. Just putting that out there. A lot of people are jerks. They think if it's not something Llama, Dobrunsky, or in my case, I've only seen one person do a butt Alzorath on any of these communities, thankfully, because most of you are actually kind of cool people rather than complete jerks. So let's go ahead and turn around, shoot these guys. There you go. Okay, so they're all dead. We should probably check the antlers. It could be a 5 NATO. Well, sort of. It'd be +2 to the tree specifically. Yeah, we were close. It's a 2 NATO.
Impossible.
Am I really? Oh, I really am that full in there. Let's see. The title needs to be a banger, pretty much. What's the luckiest I've ever been in this game? Finding like 2 Zods within like a couple months of each other. But I also have a crafted items and stuff like that, but I've literally spent thousands of items crafting them, so you can totally be a jerk. I mean, I can be a complete asshole too. I have been on several occasions. It's just generally if someone's cool, I try to be cool to them. Yep. And Mongli, that's pretty much my opinion as well. This game is about it's not even necessarily about having fun. It's about having a satisfying experience. And that is something that I've worked on trying to figure out a good way of phrasing. I still haven't found a perfect way for phrasing it, but that's what most games should be about. It should be about having a satisfying experience, whether that is the adrenaline of playing Tarkov, or the experience of finding that rare drop in Diablo 2, or finally beating that long-ass RPG. It's all about getting that satisfying experiences. So, but you play the game long enough, you'll realize that, yeah, while everything is luck, everything will eventually happen at least once. Lightning will eventually strike twice. I actually have a grand total of 5 Zods over the entire time of playing. 6 if you count the crafted one now. Because I've been doing a lot of off-screen testing of various odd builds, which I've already done the audio recording. I haven't done the video editing of the one for next week. Let's see. I just like creating content. I try not to step on Dabrunski's and Llama's toes because, frankly, the amount of frickin'... I'm trying to think of a way to phrase it, but basically dogpiling that would potentially happen from it would be very annoying. I would still create content, but I try not to step on their toes. And personally, I think Llama's a perfectly nice person, and I don't have a problem with him. I do actually disagree with him on some points, though, but we get into that in various videos. So, hey, Ross, how's it going? Hope you're doing well tonight, and thank you for the super chat. And we will probably be doing more, not necessarily playthroughs on here after we get done with all 7. We'll probably be doing a mix of playthroughs and live build tests. I've yet to decide how exactly I want to do it, but I'm thinking I'll probably try to do something using the max roll builds and just set up so you can send those in and I can kind of mess around with them. Okay. And any idea when the follow-up summoner build video is coming out? Which summoner? Druid or Necromancer? Everyone have their own take on it. And honestly, watch whichever content creator you prefer. Both Llama and Dabrunski have great info, and it's kind of geared towards their own personal playstyles. I generally have a playstyle more in line with Dabrunski. I'm not quite human bot, but I do actually enjoy just going through the game as opposed to necessarily speedrunning it or trying to, like, enter PvP only mode and trade all the items like certain other creators do. It's just, I focus in on this. And that's what you have to kind of account for. The same for reviews of video games. Find someone who has opinions similar to yours so you can actually see what someone similar to you likes. Necro? I will probably be doing a few Necro videos. I'm mostly going to be focusing on odd builds and even a couple stupid builds in the near future, as opposed to like mainstream, this is an overpowered build kind of stuff. Because I find it more enjoyable to create those. And for the most part, people seem to enjoy them too. Like, I didn't know that build could actually work. Well, yeah, Javazons can work now. I mean, not Javazons, Fendazons can work now. And I'll probably be moving into doing that for every single class, except for maybe Barbarian. Barbarian's just, eh. No, I'll do some Barbarian ones. Take it and applied to new beginner as well. Yeah, well, new players, you got to start somewhere, and especially whenever it comes to games where there's a lot of build options and ways that you can really screw up your character for hell. I mean, I'm working on trying to get started through some Grim Dawn stuff in the near future because it's coming to Xbox, and I figured, that's a good excuse to play some more of it. And yeah, there's very little, like, really new player-friendly stuff for that. I will be doing Last Epic as well. That's probably going to be the priority because I do need to expand content on the channel. Have I done a smiter? I have done a few different types of smiters. Generally speaking, they're not very good for going through the game, but they are a lot of fun for other functions. They're good for killing specific things. For just like general progression, we have done a smiter that way before. It was a little bit arduous, but it's still fine. That's going to be a poison area. And I don't think... Yeah. All of these need to just be chilled, and you need to be gone. You have a very long neck, my dude. That was longer than usual. Let's go ahead and swap in. There we go. Summon Paladin. Someone knows about the revive function. At least I'm assuming you know about the revive function from that. For those of you that don't know, whenever you use revive as a paladin, it basically does damage like sacrifice. So it does a % of your life damage. Back in the day, you made a melee necro, dubbed it Death Knight, utilizing Iron Maiden and Blood Golem. I remember the days when Iron Maiden was actually meta. The Iron Maiden Blood Golem combo, because you basically became invincible as long as things were hitting your Blood Golem. And it doesn't work anymore. It was fun, but it doesn't work anymore. So that is sad. I would love to have, like, even if it's just temporarily that they allow it, I would love a 1.0 mode for this. Oh, I forget where the exit. Oh, there's the exit. Derp. But I would love a 1.0 version for D2R, where they just basically reset all the rules to 1.0 rules. But we are never going to get that. I have a feeling we're only going to get so much from this. You guys get to go ahead and fight her. I'll find my way around there eventually, Valkyrie. Oh, you can't find your way to me. Yeah, then it got super nerfed. It was around for a while, though. Corpse Explosion is another thing that has gotten super nerfed over the years. It's still extremely strong, don't get me wrong, but it has been nerfed. It used to be super overpowered. Now it's just very strong and functional. So get rid of them. And I think we go through here and then go right. Yeah. Just running around. Back when uniques were actually useful and desirable. I also remember the time when magic items were the sought after. Cruel Colossus Blade of Quickness and all that fun jazz. There's been eras of Diablo 2, and I think people often forget that. Diablo 2 has not always been 1.14 Diablo 2. It has varied greatly. The rune drops used to be extremely broken in Lord Destruction originally released. They were so rare for Zods and stuff like that. It was ridiculous. Let's go ahead and grab this. We got ourselves a brain. At least in game, not necessarily in real life. And we're going to get the hell out of here. I wouldn't say Corpse Explosion is necessarily overpowered anymore. It's good for clearing areas. It's fun. But it's not as overpowered as it was before because it doesn't scale, for example. Cruel Colossus Blade of Evisceration. I was always more of a Quickness fan, but yeah, that one's pretty fun as well, just for the big single hits. Good for Whirlwind. Whirlwind nerf was a big nerf. Good God, I hated that one. It basically took the wind out of the sails of any polearm or spear Whirlwind character. You had a question about Valkyries from the Peace Runeward armor. When you're proc, she disappears after a few minutes, sometimes just seconds. It's because you don't have a hard point in the skill or you don't have an item sustaining it. For example, if you had Harmony in Peace, you'd actually be able to keep the Valkyrie on any character because you have a sort of plus skill point in it. Greatest drop you'll probably ever have was Grandfather back in high school. Ah. Awesome. Sorry, I'm scratching bug bite. There we go. Sorry for the weird noise, but it's there. So let's go drop our brain in our box, get ourselves some more bolts. We are going to be burning through bolts quite quickly, unfortunately, just because of what they are, being only a 250 stack. Yes. And we will block you from that, my friend. Just for hey, he was able to get it. Man of Steel, not much resists. I mean, it's not terrible. It's got some stats on it, but it's also not really that good. I think I prefer our current mana one, which has better resists on it, over the little bit of attack rating and dexterity, although that would be life, but no. We're going to get rid of that. Someone's going to be mad about it. But, yeah, I have thought about making a build based around that for the Valkyrie thing. But we'll see if I do. It would be... There's a specific class I have in mind for it, so I can make a very stupid joke. So let's see. Stat-wise, do we need any other stats for this? I think we are... we're not quite there with this. Because we actually do need more strength for this for the base, because once we take off Those, we actually can't equip it. So we do need to do that if we plan on getting rid of the gloves at all. Although we could keep gloves and boots, I guess. But then we'd have to be getting rid of water. Oh, actually, no, we have the strength. Because if we get Storm Treks, we actually get the strength from that. To actually keep equipping it. So that's fine. That's not the worst thing ever. Are there any items that lessen curses? No. There are various abilities like Fade and Cleansing that do reduce curse duration, though. But they're abilities, not items. I guess if you had Treachery or something like that, the Fade proc from it would work for that. And what crossbow am I using? We are using Brisa do Kayanon, which is a mispronunciation. But also, it used to be really popular back whenever the piercing worked properly on Guided Arrow. And then they nerfed the crap out of it. But basically, you used to be able to throw a Neff in it and get Guided Arrow and just do knockback or get knockback gloves. And then just shoot piercing arrows and they'd pierce 97 million times because Brisa has a 100% pierce chance. And it would rip everything to pieces and destroy it. It's no longer overpowered. But it was fairly fun. And we are going to be using this as our javelin since I haven't gotten anything better. We might... Do we want to go Fens on? No, we really don't. We're going to be going with Charge Strike. But we could totally do a tanky Fens on with that. And our next skill point is going into Guided Arrow. So let's see. We are almost another level in, so we will have Guided Arrow then. So we'll have ENF for that. Is Wind Force still top tier for a bow? I prefer Faith, personally. Personal equipped Faith with a Might Mercenary. The alternative is to use Wind Force with a Faith Act 1 Mercenary. But I personally prefer that. But as far as PvP goes, Wind Force does actually have a use versus Faith. But that's a different kind of discussion. I am not up to date on the current PvP meta, so yeah. You'll have to take my opinion on that with a grain of salt. Cooley would be a better person to ask about the PvP aspect of it. As far as other stuff, we're actually doing fairly solid, aren't we? Yeah, we're making good time. 30 minutes in, we're already just halfway done with the act. And I might add some more stream days to that, but right now we are sticking with Tuesday and Saturday. All-time favorite build for a casual playthrough? Bone Necro. I'm a Necro player, and that is probably the most relaxing build that, for me at least, to just play through. It's not super fast. It's not like the best way to get through the game in the quickest way possible, but just it's super survivable. I can do whatever I want while playing with it. I can drop out Bone Wall to keep things away from me. I never have to worry about dying then. It's just all kinds of nice. You just want a good bow for a hybrid switch from Titans? It depends on what kind of hybrid you're going to want to be. Because there's actually a few options, believe it or not. There are a few bow options for hybrid approaches. Faith is just a good safe one if you're going to be using like Strafe as your hybrid thing. Let's see, what else do we actually want to... Oh yeah, we have Guided Arrow. Let's go ahead and grab that. E and F. Let's go ahead and grab a little bit of Vitality because we could use some. But basically, I would be... For the bow, if you're going Fire Arrow, you'd probably want the I think it's Laying of Hands. No, that's Gloves. I have forgotten the name of it. I was just using it earlier as well on a sword. But the Holy Fire rune word is the one I'm thinking of. The Holy Fire weapon rune word is a really good one for a swap if you're using Fire Arrow. If you're using Cold Arrow, Ice is a good swap. There's options. It just depends on what bow you want. What style Necro goes well with an Oradin? It depends on what kind of Oradin you're talking about. If you're talking the just standard damage Oradins that are just a tanky zealot with elemental damage, then usually it's going to be a summoner Necro with a lot of curse focus, so you can kind of keep them protected. and then you can use lower resist to make their auras do more damage. Yeah, poison is another good option. Generally, it depends on how tanky your little friend is, though. Because if you're going poison, then if your paladin falls, then you have no protection whatsoever. But you could always do a poison summon hybrid. There's plenty of points there for it. And as far as you're trying fishy for the first time, awesome. It's not a bad build. I'm not a huge fishy mancer person. I get why it works. I get why people love it. I love the summons, but I don't like swapping my skills 95 million times. So whenever the change for the skill bar comes out, I'll definitely be considering it a bit more. And what would I recommend for a hybrid switch? That's a tough one. Because there's quite a few varieties of hybrid. Like this one, we're going with a multi-shot Breeza and a charge strike, which is an uncommon one. The most common ones are going to be Ice Arrow with Poison Javelins, or sometimes Ice Arrow with Lightning Javelins. Sometimes. Ice Arrow is generally what people just kind of default to for their bows, unless they really want to go with some physical damage, which is not a bad idea. Going physical damage is, with say like a Faith Bow and Strafe, is really damn strong. And I think people kind of underestimate it, but it's not really that common to see. Going for your first playthrough, thanks. Hopefully it goes well. But yeah, as long as you have a point in all curses, any necromancer's fine with an Oradin. Just use the lower resist whenever they need the elemental damage. Fishy's a summoner that relies on mercenary. Fishy is basically based around summons and corpse explosion. You drop amp damage, you usually have a might mercenary for making the summons a lot stronger, and you just kind of nuke things that way. So let's freeze your little friends, my dudes. And yes, you can freeze minions. You cannot freeze the boss mob, though. So we're dodging that. Hopefully you enjoy the experience, Nonavus. And hopefully it goes well. Speaking of enjoying the experience, I have started releasing the new First Strikes over on their own dedicated channel. So I'm getting a lot of experiences with new games. Was really surprised by Sands of Aura. I gotta say, that one actually surprised me. It's a lot better than it was in the early demos. They have fixed a lot of the problems I had with it. You thought all summoners would use Corpse Explode? I mean, every necromancer that has any points into the Poison Bone Tree uses Corpse Explosion, at least in some form or fashion. Personally, I prefer the approach of just getting 1 point in it and letting the plus skills give me the range that I need on it, and then using all my points to make everything else kill faster, because more points into Corpse Explosion, as long as you have enough plus skills, are kind of pointless. You don't really get enough of a boost to it unless you really just don't have those plus skills to begin with, because you generally just need it big enough to deal with the current pack, unless you're in something really wide open like cows. You recently just got Hellrat Crossbow. Is it a useless weapon or some use? I mean, everything has a use. I can't really... I mean, even, like, terrible things have a use. But there is not a build that relies on Hellrack, no. It's more of a weapon that you use as a transition. It's not going to be your endgame option as far as, like, best in slot or anything like that. Strict summoner tree playthrough all the way through hell. Would you even let me have curses? If I didn't have curses, that would actually be painful. Let me have my amp damage at the very least, and that becomes a lot easier. But you'll notice that I don't use Corpse Explosion a lot. That's because I kill fast enough without it. Corpse Explosion is more for like those little tough little corners of the of the world that are being a little troublesome. I should say, there isn't a build with Hellrack that I'm aware of. I should probably state that, because someone will be like, well, I've got this Hellrack build that makes it extremely powerful. And I'm like, oh, I did not know. There isn't a single person who knows every single build possible in the game, especially whenever you start dealing with like more esoteric items. But honestly, Hellrack isn't that esoteric. Everyone's had one at some point or another. Painful and boring. I don't find summoners that boring, but in normal they can be a little bit arduous getting through Diablo and stuff. It's abysmally slow for killing. Yeah, you need at the very least curses. With curses, you can actually get through stuff fairly quickly, and that's one reason why we didn't use Corpse Explosion that much on the Summon Necromancer, is because we were going fast enough that I could actually go through, have the chats that we're doing in the comments and stuff like that, and in the live chat there. We're actually able to get through that and not have to worry about dealing with nonsense. Like rushing super quickly through stuff. Because personally, while going fast has its advantages and it's very nice, I don't care. I would rather enjoy the game and actually be able to chat with all of you than necessarily go through the game at breakneck speeds and get through it in like an hour. Which, actually, you can't get it through it in an hour unless you're a sorceress, but although assassins might be able to now. They might have had one that crossed the hour mark for normal difficulty at least. 100% your Diablo and Bale fights in normal were like 12-minute wars of attrition. Yeah, normal difficulty for a summoner is not friendly feeling. Because your units will just die. In Nightmare, you've got enough durability between them, like behind them, sorry, by then to not have to worry about it, but in... Oh, geez. You guys need to just go away. Thank you. How dare you not know every single build option in D2? Not even Llama knows every build in D2, and he's done speedrunning, which honestly opens you up to more build options, because you have less concern with the long-term viability of a build, as opposed to just getting through a specific area, which is one reason why speedrunning builds are not always good builds. Oh no! That's true of any game, though. Especially ones where you have glitches and stuff like that in the game. The strategies that are good for speedrunning are not always good for just playing through the game. Once you got Decrepify, though, boss fights were at least humorous. Decrepify, Clay Golem, and a Holy Freeze Mercenary is hilarious. I have to give you that one. Is it the best thing ever? In my opinion, not really, unless you have like the right setup for it, which is a whole bunch of really high plus skills. And I did not realize we still had something alive there. But they are dead now. And yes, we are fairly strong right now. But yeah, for me, I generally prefer the Might, Amp, and that kind of stuff on my character. Diablo on Prozac. Oh, Snail Diablo. He got a snail trail. Oh, that is gross. I apologize. 3, 4, 5. We are killing some things. And I keep hearing them dying in there. We're not getting as much mana leech as I would like from that, but it's fine. Oh, hi. Yeah, good luck getting through that Valkyrie. That's going to be a bit of a challenge for you. And yeah, we're getting a ton of XP from these. That is a lot. Oh, hey, a bolt. Yay, we don't have to worry about it anymore. We got to restack. We don't even have to go back to town if we don't want to, but we're going to turn in Lamb Essence anyway. It's 5 stat points. We'll probably get to Travancore first, though. But yeah, slowing enemies down is very powerful in this game, mainly because they have animations that they do and stuff, but most enemies actually have a active animation, and then they do the whole... I'm trying to think of how to explain it. They have a sort of like pseudo idle. It's not completely idle. It's not like they're just standing around picking their butts, but it's one of those things where they have a time between when they attack, unless they're like the frenzy enemies and stuff like that. And usually they still have a moment where they'll interrupt themselves. Like these guys you'll see will sometimes attack and then wander off to the side to go after a different target. Let's see. Question, if I have only crappy and budget gear and have a source able to farm Mephisto, but not Chaos or Whirlstone Keep quickly, should your second character be a Smiter or a Hammerden? Hammerden. Unless you are going after Ubers specifically, I would 100% recommend Hammerden. Fun fact, you can have both in one character. Especially after you reach about level 80, you can run both. Because once you get all the synergies and concentration and all that up and running, you are fine to go into just 1 point in Smite and rest into Holy Shield, and you're good to go. And you have just an easily swap over to Smiter if you need to do Ubers, and then you have Blessed Hammer to do the rest. Out of all the characters' summon skills, what is your favorite? Ooh. I mean, I could go the easy answer and go with Valkyrie and say it's because it's the strongest. But my favorite, if I'm not going purely on strength, is probably, I would say either Shadow Warrior or Iron Golem. Mainly because they have some quirky, weird uses that most people don't acknowledge. Hey, Daladon, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully life is treating you well. Reviving Urdars for their stun lock. Urdars are fun. If we're talking about pure revive summons, yeah, definitely Urdars or council members are a lot. I have a fascination with reviving council members. Don't hate me for this. Oh, I hate Carrion Vine. I mean, it's not a bad thing to actually have 1 point in for dealing with things that use corpses, such as reviving them or exploding them, but it's not reliable enough for that. It's okay, Dallin. I understand being busy, trust me. I have been trying to work out a schedule to, for those of you that don't know, I have officially started my 6th channel. I now have 6. This is the largest one still, but I have officially started my 6th channel. So I understand being busy. If you guys are wondering why I don't release videos every day, that's part of it. Currently working on getting First Strike up and running smoothly, and then we'll go back to having First Strike being a regular thing. Videos on here. We'll have the art channels going. I have not started the 7th channel, would be the scripted channel for those. But yeah, I'm trying to turn YouTube into an actual survivable resource, which it's not quite there yet, in case you guys are wondering. I do not make enough to make a living off of this. Please don't abandon the drawing channel. Oh, thank you. I don't plan on abandoning it, but it does take a backseat to this one because this is actually the main thing that's keeping me from completely cratering my savings while I'm currently unemployed. So I have to do, this one takes priority. Teriel's Might Iron Golem, the peak of richness. Oh, that would be a terrible Iron Golem too. Oh, that would be gross. You have a waste management plan deadline for 30th of November. Oh, that's a big one. If your Firewall Orb Sorceress can't farm Chaos in a reasonable time, with only about +5 all skills, is that your fault, or do you just need better gear? It depends on if you're playing on console or not. On console, Firewall is ass. I mean, it's not the worst thing ever, but the fact that it summons on the enemies, it's just gross. Oh, ow! You bastards! Stop! I didn't mean to die! Oh, okay, we didn't die. So we have Guided Arrow. It's 7.2 mana per cast. We're fine with that. Let's go ahead and keep going Charge Strike. 6? You're crazy. 2 of those are not necessarily reused content. They are different accessibility of similar content. So 2 of those are just nothing to manage. I have Let's Play Everything, this channel, the First Strike channel that just started, the 2 support channels for First Strike and Let's Play Everything, and the art channel. Those are the official channels that I currently have running in some capacity. Feel your orb doesn't kill fast enough? The trick to orb is if you're dealing with a large group and you're trying to trim them down, you aim towards the outside. Like, if there was a group right here, I would aim here or here. If there's a single target in there that I'm trying to get rid of, like say there's a unique with a pack around them, I would aim to have the orb pop, which would be about there, on the big guy. Is the Alzorath... Okay, Alzorath is the specs you run Diablo in because, can't explain why, but I feel the optics on this is way better now that I can actually play or watch it. This is D2R, but I haven't changed any of my settings. Oh, the in-Discord thing. On the Discord end of things, I would need to actually be paying monthly for Discord to actually be able to stream on there. Which is... I've been tempted to put that as a Patreon stretch goal to have, like, Discord nights. But that is up in the air. Currently, the Patreon does not quite get enough to offset the cost, so... Should you prioritize Orb or Firewall in that hybrid? Honestly, they're both low investment skills, so it's whichever you prefer. Generally speaking, I would favor Orb personally, but I'm not a huge Firewall fan. But high damage Firewall is fun, but neither of them get huge boosts from their synergy, so you might just want to get Orb, get Firewall, and then choose something you can spam. Your English deteriorates after 3 a.m. Understandable. And it was perfectly legible, so I understood that. Oh, if my setup is on Discord? No, it's not. But I could put it on there. Oh, wait, yeah, actually it might be. Let me check. I might have left that up. I know I was doing some reorganization on there. Let's see. I'm going to scroll down to where it would be. If it's anywhere, it's in hardware information. Yeah, I have hardware information in there. It would be... Scroll down below the files section, and there's a hardware/collection, and it's in hardware information. That's my setup. And yeah, it is the main PC is the one that I'm using right now. The backup rig is the one that's currently broken that I'm trying to fix. So let's see. Blizzard on console is also ass. Yeah, anything where you actually have to position it properly to have it work well is going to be butt on console. Whereas if it's something that you can just point and shoot, it's going to be a lot better. You're having trouble with Bale on your Necro. Any tips? Normal Bale, Nightmare Bale, Hell Bale. What kind of Necro build? Firewall works, it's just not as good on console. And yeah, Orb loses its ground a lot on high player counts because it does a lot of damage, but you have to aim it just right. But other skills will generally do a lot more damage per proc. So, and generally Sorceress in general doesn't scale super well unless you're doing things like Meteor or Blizzard or something like that, where it's doing literally thousands of damage that are excessive in normal because it's only hitting one thing. But why don't I like Firewall? I mean, it's not the worst skill ever, it's just not my favorite skill. I prefer being able to, like, aim things properly. Let's go ahead and get some more multi-shots going in here. Can we kill some of these before they kill the Valkyrie? Probably not. Well, maybe. We might be able to get him before the Valkyrie dies. Hey! Yeah, you keep shooting that. Did we already kill everything?
I am overburdened.
I think we might have. I know you're in there. Oh, it's down here. Okay, so it's there. Let's go ahead and grab that. Put it in there. We just need the rest of this. Normal and summon Skellies. Yeah, that's going to be a pain in the ass fight. The trick is literally just Golem and Iron Maiden him is one option, which is Clay Golem and drop the Iron Maiden. The other option is literally just teleport out of there, get some minions, go in, do a bit of damage, town portal back out, rinse and repeat. The thing is, he's going to take a while to do it, but at least act bosses don't heal, so you can just rinse and repeat as much as you want. Blizzballer is what you run, kills everything pretty much, and holds up okay on high PC. The only thing I don't like about Blizzballer, well, actually there's two things. The two things I don't like about it is, one, they're both delay skills, and that's another reason why I'm not huge on Firewall, is usually it's paired with another delay skill, which frustrates the crap out of me because I like to be able to cast and spam something to keep my attention on the game. So that is a thing. And as far as the... And it's a similar situation for Blizzorb, where it's just, I want to be spamming something. I want to be actually doing something as we fight. Not just running around in circles waiting for a cooldown. As far as focusing on skeletons and not mastery, that's a contentious point. For maximum damage, yes, that is correct. You want more skeletons. For actual playthrough against normal enemies, yes, more skeletons is good. Against bosses, it's a mixed bag. There's a reason why they use the Golem Iron Maiden trick against bosses with the various summoner builds that do focus in on maximizing the number of summons. And let's not... Okay, I'm going to say something right now. I agree with you, but let's not go there. I think you know who I'm talking to. I don't want to have that conversation on stream. So, let's see. Alcor plus Necro plus equals best D2 people. Best D2 couple, sorry. Alcor. I don't know. I always thought the Necromancer was more Neelathaki. Tacky Neelathaki. So let's go ahead and drop that. All your boss fights in normal was just Iron Maiden and Golem. Yep. If you are running Summoner in normal, that's pretty much what you're going to be running into unless you build specifically towards the bosses. So we'll toss that in there for now, and we'll go get ourselves the heart, because that's what we have left. The thing I like about Alcor, by the way, he still isn't in this game. We actually have a short that's dedicated to it. He has the best voice line in the game, but it was cut. It was cut. His best thing was cut. It pisses me off. Oh. It uses the punchline ash hole, for God's sake. That's why I like Alcor. That said, yeah, never mind. Wareve is the most evil one in the game, though. He's way more evil than Neelathek. What's worth your time to farm as a Hammerden? Chaos Sanctuary, generally, is the Hammerden home zone. And yes, it's perfectly fine to do the Chaos Sanctuary as a Hammerden without Enigma, because River of Flame is level 85 as well. We have a short. It was one of the first shorts we released. So if you just go to the main channel page, go to the bottom, there is a section just for shorts. If you click on that one, you can view the full list of them, and it's going to be near the bottom of it. Druid, I mean, yeah, the characters have some good one-liners, but Ashhole wins. And also, Jamela has old person voices as well, but they aren't a thing. So let's go back to Bazaar. Yes, Wareve is the worst person in the game. He is pure evil. We had another stream where we kind of discussed that, but basically, you don't want to know what goes in that caravan. Yeah. It's my headcanon ever since that stream that he is the most evil person in the game. There is something shady about that caravan. I am glad you are enjoying the videos. Hopefully you will enjoy many more for years to come. Oh, let's see. Was he smoking the goods when with Geet or something? People sleep on River of Flame. Yeah, River of Flame is a level 85 area, and it's one of the easiest ones to get to. You don't need to teleport to it. You just drop in, and it's just murder central. And I think people really do sleep on it. It's one of my favorite farming areas. Well, Chaos Sanctuary is my favorite farming area, but you have to go through River of Flame to get there. The little, like, paths are considered River of Flame. And most of your unique mobs are actually going to be spawned on those paths up to Chaos Sanctuary, so... I love Chaos Sanctuary. Most of my offlining, as far as killing stuff, just randomly, is in Chaos Sanctuary unless I'm testing a build. So, like, if I'm just chilling, I am chilling in Chaos Sanctuary. I don't bother with ancient tunnels and stuff like that. I build characters that can do that or Worldstone Keep, where everything's level 85. I don't have to worry about having a freaking Enigma to do it. You can Enigma my balls. But, let's go ahead and kill all that. Help you kill Diablo. Hit him in the face a lot of times. What class are you running, Jay? And I can actually give you some tips there. Warreeve was true mastermind behind Diablo and Bale. Warreeve is literally just... Oh, I've just completely... Warreeve's really Lilith in disguise. That would be horrifying. He just cracks and pops and transforms into the Demon Queen. Oh, goodness. Let's see. So once you have a Paladin in Hell and can do Chaos, is it ever worth it to farm Mephisto anymore? If you can farm Hell Chaos, there are still reasons to farm Nightmare Mephisto. I wouldn't necessarily say Hell Mephisto for a farming location. There's reasons to farm Nightmare Mephisto, but I would probably stick with Chaos over Hell Mephisto. Yes. There's very few reasons to do otherwise. Is 1 to 350 lightning damage bow good item? By the way, you're level 26. For level 26, it's fine. It's gonna get you through the rest of normal, even a little bit into Nightmare possibly, with that amount of damage, but you are going to have very wildly varying damage. So you are going to have enemies that you just don't damage for the first couple hits, because guess what? You're getting low rolls, but it's fine. Let's go ahead and show that. Show, dang you. Thank you. So I can actually see the message. For sure, it's one of the most fun spots, especially with the new yeah. Sanctuary is one of the best farming spots in the game, too. You have the Finger Mages for good rune drops. You have Diablo for a boss kill, which is higher level than Mephisto. You have all the level 85 to 88 enemies, depending on whether they're just normal enemies or uniques. You have all kinds of stuff going on there. This is a hybrid Boazon. We're going to do Charge Strike and just multi-shot, mostly. We have Guided Arrow for just in case, though. The character in D2 isn't really that nice to people at all. You think that most NPCs are fleshed out as assholes in one capacity or another. Yeah, they all have their dark sides. Even Cain has a little bit of, like, he is a bad person at times. But you understand why he does what he does. Can Diablo drop everything? No. Yes and no. Okay, he can drop every unique. But, actually, no, he might not be able to drop every unique. I forget if his treasure class allows it. That one I'd actually have to double check on, now that I think about it. But the enemies around him, like the normal uniques, not the super uniques, can drop every item in the game, except for very specific charms, of which Diablo can drop. Because level 89 is poison, then you have 90, 91, and 92 for each of the other elements of the... Let's go ahead and kill all these. Let's see. Aiming for the enemies, but is cows the best to farm bases or gray items with slots? I would say it's a really good place Not necessarily the best. If you're doing it offline, put it on players 5. If you're going to be farming them and you can actually kill them on players 5. That'll get you the best opportunity to get the bases from there. There are some bases that they can't drop, but they're few and far between, and you're probably not worrying about those specifically. So, yeah, as far as just general farming bases for most of the things you're going to be running across, yes, they are the best. There are some things they can't drop. Kane has a huge case of FOMO? What? Fear of missing out, huh? Oh, goodness gracious. Stay a while and give me a back rub. What, old man? But yeah, players 5 is... I mean, if you can't handle it on players 5, players 3 will do just fine. But players 5 is kind of where you're going to be getting... Most of the enemies are going to drop an item, so you get a lot of different rolls. Players 3 does something similar, but it's not quite as much. Players 7 and players 8, as far as going through to get bases, it isn't worth it. You don't get much more than players 5, and you don't get nearly as much kill speed from it. It doesn't justify the extra kill time, basically. Decker Kane is Herbert the Pervert? Not quite Herbert the Pervert, but he does have a fear of missing out. I'm not sure which one would be the equivalent of Herbert the Pervert here. I don't think there's one that I could actually peg as a Herbert the Pervert clone. So, Oh, we just teleported. That's not friendly. If going for a giant Thresher base over Thresher, I hunt an ancient cavern icy cellar over cows. Dangerous. Yeah, I can understand that. But generally speaking, there's plenty of places to farm stuff like bases. If you're looking for a very specific base, that's whenever you start diving into some kind of odd territories, but it's okay. Because what you can do is use Silas Spend and actually look for the specific item, because due to treasure classes and stuff like that, different enemies do have different opportunities to drop stuff. Like, for example, if you're looking for Scolder's Ire in Nightmare difficulty, you actually want to be killing Diablo, not Mephisto, even though they both can drop it. Diablo has the better chance because he generally favors the Splint Mail base. Paladin is fun. You quit D2R online, but you can always come back. You enjoy offline now and just do backups once in a while on your PC. Ah. Yeah, I play mostly single player as well. That's why I'm not too worried about, like, I don't need people to give me items. I have all the items I need in single player because I farmed them in LOD and I can transfer over my saves. Main reason I do the online one is so that we can do, like, multiplayer nights and stuff like that. Sean Connery. Oh, no. I wager a buck, Trebek. Please tell me someone at least knows that Saturday Night Live skit. Is that who I think it is? Yeah, it is. Wow, that is actually a weird spot for it to spawn, but I mean, it works. Snarf, snarf, snarf. Got everything for Infinity, including the Eth Thresher base. Just short one bear rune. Oh no! Go find Yogi. Oh no, 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 no. 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 No means no, you guys. Jeez. No. Get away. Oh, goodness. I saw the little skeletons and I was like, this is going to end badly. Bye. I got you now, Trebek. Oh, God. Continue your Paladin in D2 LOD. Started playing it at 2 months before D2R dropped to get ready and refresh the game. Yeah, that's actually a good plan. I actually recommended a few people start if they were interested, if they had the original game at least, because that will get you back used to it. And if you have the original game now, there are things that are different in D2R and LOD. So, okay, let's see. Once you find your Blizzard source, we'll switch to Chain Lightning. Ah, yeah, Infinity and Chain Lightning is a very good combo. I have thought about doing a Strange Sorceress a while back with Crescent Moon, but we'll see. Just got clocking in. Turd Ferguson, it's funny. Ah, yes. Recently got got, oh, insight for your mercenary. So good to span hammers, no need for mana. Cool. I'll take famous titles for 300, Alex. I'll take an album bum cover. I'm not actually going to say what he said on the show, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Okay, let's pop that back up so I can approve the message. Nice. So now we can make ourselves a flail, finish off this godforsaken act. What is the worst act and why is it always Act 3? This is the water level of Diablo 2, for anyone that's wondering. Let's see. Stat-wise, let's go and get some more decks just in case. What's a good budget pair of boots for Nightmare? Just any rares you can get, honestly. Man, you still have the original boxes for D2 and LOD. No, I'm still looking through like all my old boxes and trying to find my like. I had the Diablo 2 D&D cards like that you could punch out and make the little maps with, and I had the character sheets for it, but I can't seem to find them. I have the PDFs of them though, so. Trouble comes in threes. Aha. Stats are a lie. Do you have any ideas for any type of rune words you would like to see added to D2R when released? Oh, ladder rune words. I would like to see like themed rune words, honestly. I know that flies in the face of it, but I would love to see like an ice theme season or a fire theme season and have just a group of rune words based around that. I would also like to see a season where we actually get class-specific ones for each class. Say, a new claw. Oh, there's still some of you alive. Hi, Vilehand. You need to be going that way. So get away from me. There we go. I thought I killed them all. Paladin bow builds are always fun, yes. But any type of rune word I would like to see a season where they give us a Barb Helm rune word, a Druid Helm rune word, a Necro Head, a Paladin Shield rune word, a Claw rune word, and a Amazon Bow rune word. That would actually, or Amazon Bow or Amazon Spear. It could be in both rune word. That would just make it more in line with what they've done with some of them, because there is a Paladin Shield specific rune word. There is a Claw specific rune word. I would like to see that expanded. But that's just me. What's a rare or unique helm you saw on the ground? That's a rare.
I am overburdened.
But we can look at it in a minute. It's not going to have anything too amazing. Most it could probably have around this point would be maybe, I'm trying to think. It might be able to get the +% attack rating. But no, it's just garbage. And yes, I do think every rune word, even ladder-specific rune words, should be available offline. Like, if they add new ladder rune words, it should be made available in offline mode. I don't necessarily need it in non-ladder online play, but I would like to see, if they do a 6-month season, I would like to see new rune words every season. If they do a 3-month season, every other season would be fine, and then retire them to the off-ladder season as well. If they do a 3-month season, then you could actually have that injection into the economy before people can make it, so people could sell them at inflated prices or trade them for inflated things, and then you'd have them brought in at the 6-month mark. Urdar's wearing Santa hats? Oh no. Please don't give them ideas like that. We already had Nasty Diablo. But that was back in the days whenever Blizzard was Blizzard. Let's see. Think you discussed a season where only level 1 skills. Would you consider adding maxed skill sort of run where you can't take a new skill before maxing it out? Oh, before maxing out a previous one? I could probably do that. I'd play a sorceress first, but I could do that. I would 100% be able to do that. What's the easiest rune to find? Your mother, Trebek! Oh... Such a sad fate for that guy, but... Oh, we are on the wrong thing there. There we go. We're down to 70 arrows? Oh, no. Let's stack that back up. I don't want to run out of bolts down here. That would actually be kind of painful. And if you're wondering, guided arrow... Here, let's actually switch over to guided arrow real quick. You'll notice that it goes after the unique, primarily. If it's one of the closest ones. It favors it. It doesn't always go for it, but it favors it. If you just blind fire. But, yeah, I'm not too focused in on it. We're mostly going to be using guided arrow for bosses. As far as easiest rune to find, it's going to be Tal rune. If you're actually, if you want to know the real answer to that, but your mother, Torbeck, is a lot more fun to say. So we are at level 16 on that. That's nice. Well, these guys are not going to be fun. Go away, assholes. I hate these little things. They're not the worst enemy in the game. That's still Gloams, but they are definitely not fun. Ouch. See why? Hurts. Oh, and there were champions in there too. Nice. Let's go and grab the flawless sapphire. This is softcore. I don't play hardcore online just because I don't like dying to lag. Fire resist 16%. That might actually be sadly better than some... No, we have a 22. That's fine. I'm going to say that might actually be better than something we have because we're still using garbage gear. We have beaten the game. This will be the 4th character to beat the game. So we've beaten the game 3 times. We still have garbage gear. Oh, no, 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 no. No. Bad. Double swing is actually a very powerful skill. It's the easiest one to get up to 600 to Al. What is Tal? Ah. Oh, Jeopardy. Love hearing people's ideas for new and future content. Have heard some good ideas when asking around. I've been thinking about doing a video on like what features I would like to see or what changes I would like to see to D2R. But at the same time, those usually met with brigading and dislike bombs, which I'm kind of like, and I don't want to deal with that at my size. Same reason I don't generally name creators very often. Ah! Except in positive lights, because I don't like dealing with the drama nonsense. I am not a drama queen. Doll's Guide to Runes, just add Tal. Oh, I just had a horrible, nasty joke with Tal in it. Oh, no. How do you stop the chafing? Will I be playing D4 if when it comes out? We'll see what my situation is then. I would like to. I have a feeling it's not going to be that amazing, but I would like to. Change nothing else. No changes. I mean, one thing I would change is I would actually make it so you have 3 personal stash tabs and 1 shared stash tab. That's one thing I would absolutely change. I'd be perfectly fine with more rune words. More, not necessarily bloat, but just more options. Especially in the mid tiers are things that I would like to see. Yeah, people aren't going to use them a ton, but yeah, it's fine. Is it granted that there will be game-changing changes, meaning besides the quality of life, like quick cast? I doubt they're going to change that much. They don't want the backlash right now. What am I going to do on Sundays? Do I need to make Alzorath's version of Drama Alert or whatever it was called? I'm forgetting the guy's name. I know he was like banned from several places and stuff. Keemstar, I think, was his name. The only way he got around it was because basically he formed a company so that he could still do the videos and stuff just under the company name rather than his because he can't have an AdSense account. You do enjoy the convenience changes and the paint job? Yeah, I can understand that. Genre defining does not always mean it did things exceptionally well. I mean, Oh, lordy. Baldur's Gate was genre defining, but there have definitely been some major improvements to that genre. Holy crap. As far as an expansion, I would like to see one, but I don't know where they would go with it. There's not much wiggle room for them to do. Like, they could do a prelude, and that would add an act to the beginning, but then you'd have to rebalance all the remaining acts, which would be a royal pain in the ass. So it's like, eh. Why is all of Act 3 bad juju? The map feels like it takes forever. Act 2 can be lengthy, but damn. It's a toss-up between Act 2 and Act 3 as to which one's my least favorite. I hate these little guys swarming up on my butts. I can't see them very well in this, unfortunately. Ow. But yeah, I can't see the little skeleton dudes because they're darker skeletons on this, and they just blend in. That is one problem that I've been having with D2R, is in the dark areas you really can't see stuff like that, and that was one of the key things that kind of gave you a heads up back in the day. It doesn't matter what they do, you're going to open your wallet. I'm not a massive Blizzard follower. I like Diablo. I like the game. I like what they used to do with it. I'm kind of neutral as far as any new games they release. I was not impressed with Overwatch and Hearthstone, but they're there. Act 3 is under Mephisto's influence. Hate, 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 hate. Play Act 3 as Rabies June. You've been to look a lot more kindly, I feel. The pygmy plagues make you smile. I had some okay luck with that. Not amazing, but okay. This is going to be the... Nope, that's not even the stairs. Why? Yeah, once you get into Nightmare, down here just stretches on forever. I want the waypoint, though, because we will probably need to farm Mephisto at some point on this account. A mercenary rebalance would be very nice. I would not go as extreme as some people do. For those of you curious, I'm not a big fan of, like, completely retooling them, but there are changes like giving Act 3 mercenaries masteries, giving Act 1 mercenaries more options for their attacks, such as upgrading to, I'm trying to remember the name of the exploding ice arrow, and actually exploding fire arrow is fine too, but giving them upgraded arrow shots would be a good thing. Even possibly introducing a physical one with strafe or multi-shot. Yeah, Diablo brings it back for you. I miss the philosophies between the original Diablo and Diablo 2. Back whenever Blizzard North was still a thing. And no, even if you reassembled all the people from back then, it wouldn't be the same because they've moved on. They've actually changed over to more modern design principles in their newer games. They're still the same game designers, but over time you do learn and change what you design. And I'm going to back up here because I thought I heard a Skelly Bro. Or a little Skelly Pygmy, that is. Oh, she got some bright red armor. Jeez. Looking like Samus over here. Get that. Let's see. Give auras to other Act Mercs and people would use them. Yeah, they probably would. Or give them more equipment options, like have Act 5 mercenaries be able to use any two-handed weapon. Like, if they have a polearm, switch them over to a polearm. Maybe have that influence what skills they can use. I don't know. That way you hire one mercenary, and it changes what skill they use based on what equipment you have on them. You would see people pre-buffing with them, which would actually be kind of cool. My big issue with Hearthstone, for those of you that are curious, is not that it's a poorly made game. It's actually... It runs smoothly. It's fun. The big drawback is they tried to pass it off as a level of competitive that it's unreasonable to expect from it. Because the way it works, and this is not going to be it, but the way it works is the amount of RNG in it, and I'm not even talking about like RNG on the cards, I'm talking about RNG in the deck building, is so much higher than it is for other card games that it's actually noticeable to anyone who's played card games a lot. You want to see an assassin hireling? If they did that, it would probably need to replace the Iron Wolves. I'm not sure it would fit on Act 4. Can you not? I think we want to go this way. No, we do want to be over there, though. For some reason, I was thinking that was an elevated platform. But yeah, there's a lot of potential with D2. I wouldn't mind if they just built Diablo 4 on top of Diablo 2. That would actually be perfectly fine with me. I would live with the stamina to have this, but with a Diablo 4 story. Because this is fine. And I have a feeling, looking at it graphically, Diablo 4 is going to look like this. Place Iron Wolves, imagine a hireling that casts Cloak of Shadows and Mind Blast for you. Then you'd just be replacing... Oh, no, 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 no. I was pinned in there and I didn't realize it until after I was completely pinned. Are we going to be level 50 by the time we get to freaking Mephisto at this rate? I'm reading chat more than I'm actually focusing on the game, though, so... Apologies. Okay, let's see. But yeah, replacing the Iron Wolves would be fine by me. I do have a soft spot for them. Don't get me wrong there, and I would love to see them more fleshed out, but if there was an assassin, it would probably replace Act 3, and then we'd have an elemental Iron Wolf similar mercenary from Act 4. But yeah, if you had an assassin that was casting Cloak of Shadows and Mind Blast, it would just be replacing the assassin summon, unfortunately. As far as, like, it would basically be mirror functionality. Oh, let's see. We had a discussion before about Benton's being a fire, cold, and ice skill, but I checked on Amazon Base and it's not... Benton's? Vengeance, you mean? Okay, Amazon Base. Let's talk about what fire skill is. Fire skill is important for things like Mage Fist. Fire skill is not... It has zero things to do with fire mastery, has zero things to do with fire damage, and it has zero things to do with pretty much anything except for plus skills, period. The way Vengeance works is it deals the elemental damages, and then masteries are applied to it. Rainbow facets, your Phoenix weapons, your Phoenix shields and stuff like that act like the mastery effects. They affect any and all damage of that type. So it's not an issue of it being a fire skill or not. It being a fire skill or not just means that Mage Fist does not give it plus skills. That's it. And Leaf does not give it plus skills. That's all that is a thing on there. Try cows for some 4 open socket monarchs. Yeah, that's a good place to get them. As far as you understood, D4 will be heavily inspired by D2, not D3. My issues with Diablo 4 is it's almost guaranteed going to be always online DRM, for those of you that are curious, which pisses me off. It's going to be leaning a little bit more into not necessarily MMO territory, but in the weird mid-space where things interact. Fire facets, they do not care if something's a fire skill or not. Fire facets work like masteries. Rainbow facets, sorry. Act like masteries. They don't care if a skill is counted as fire, ice, or whatever. It's the damage type that they care about. The facets, it may say fire skill damage. It doesn't care. That's just bad phrasing. It literally, it will boost Vengeance. Period. But yes, and Hexfire, sorry. Yeah, that's another plus skill one. But yeah, facets do not care if it's considered a fire skill or not. That's just bad writing on there. The fire facets work just like mastery, where they do a boost to any of that type of damage. If it's fire damage, facets will work on it, whether it's from Vengeance, Fireball, trying to think of some other ones, Fire Arrow. Corpse Explosion actually is impacted by them. Although Corpse Explosion is also boosted by plus fire skills, so... if Diablo 4 releases in D2R is still more popular, that would actually be hilarious, but I don't think we're going to see D4 for at least... I don't think we're going to see it until 2024 at the earliest. That's my thought on it. We might see it before then, but I don't think so. Next ladder, you want to make full Griswold with 12 facet Vengeance. This is going to be a little bit of a preview. I'm working on a Vengeance build video. I have also thought about doing a Tau series, or sorry, Dao series, because there is a thing called the Dao of Poison, and I've thought about taking that a step further as a video series, but we'll see if that works out. And Vengeance would be on that list. Hey, Huntron, how's it going? Imagine if a mercenary could use skills on weapons like a Flame Bellow Act 5 mercenary would be funny. Yeah, it would. Shadow Master and Shadow Warrior are both bad for traps because they replace... Yes and no. Shadow Master generally is a little bit irritating with traps, but you can just outcast them. It's fine. Shadow Warrior, you can do a trick called Super Traps. It's not commonly done, and it's not really super useful, but there is a way to, with manipulating your plus skills and stuff whenever you're casting them, and manipulating your trap levels and stuff like that, where you can have basically your Shadow Warrior be casting the traps, like say Lightning Sentry, with not 20 points in masteries like what you have, but rather it would be a level 25 Lightning Sentry trap with 25 points of synergy from Charged Bolt Trap, 25 points of synergy from Death Sentry Trap, making the traps even stronger than your personal traps. There are ways to do that with Shadow Warrior. It takes a lot of planning, but it works that way. Mercenaries should be able to wear belts and heal themselves. That would be nice. Throw potions on them every now and then. Wonder if ladder rune words will still be viable in non-ladder as soon as Season 1 starts? Probably. But then again, we don't hear Wahid or Emilio casually saying thanks with the... Maybe they'll say thanks each time they drink one out of their potion. Thanks for the beer! Jug, jug. Shadow Master traps count towards your own trap total? Yes. Okay. What's my favorite set and why is it Saigons? Hey, Jack. Thank you for the top chat, and I will get to work on that. It's actually a lot more interesting and complicated than people think. Vengeance is able to be manipulated, and it's able to be manipulated more than even I thought at first. I've been researching it the past couple weeks and getting a lot of information specifically for a build. And Saigons is a very amazing set, especially for low levels. My favorite set overall, though, is Tal's. Trangs is nice, too. Play Assassin a lot, never knew that. Yeah, there's a lot of just little idiosyncrasies in the game. One thing I do is worth noting, no matter what build videos do, I'm not exploiting that attack speed bug. I'm not playing that game. Okay, so he's lightning enchanted. This is gonna not hurt very much because we already killed him. Sweet. And we already summoned a new Valkyrie. One thing I don't like about Peace is that scream whenever you summon a new one. Do you know where I can find Trangul scales? Hell difficulty. It's probably going to be your easiest time to find it. There isn't really a specific location to farm specific items. There are enemies that do favor dropping plate mail, and those would be your best bets, but there really isn't a specific one. And let's go ahead and take that down. And once I do the next Vengeance build video, I'm going to probably be replacing the old Vengeance video with it. So that one will go unlisted. It'll still be available, it'll just be unlisted. I use a full Tal set source offline. So I do have a bias there. That's the only set that I use the full set of offline. As far as like a daily runner build. In the next patch, you can now cast skills directly with the push of a button. That will be nice. That means you can now have other skills on your left and right click. How does that affect whether you'll use Shadow? I'll probably still use Shadows, but I'll be using different builds for sure. You're geeking out over elemental damage charms with Vengeance? You'll want to stay tuned for that video. Definitely then, Jack, because that may not, elemental damage charms may not be the best way to go. In fact, 320s may actually be the way to go. You've not touched the attack speed bug thinking it's going to get patched. No point in making a build around it when it's going to change if and when it is. I have a feeling we'll see a patch for it. It's going to be a while, though, because they've known about it. It's been announced to them for months. Well, a month and a half. Sorry. Almost 2 months. It'll be 2 months in about a week. You've not touched the attack. Okay, let's see. Miso Soap in your experience, you don't? Oh, yeah. There isn't a specific area to farm items. The first low rune dropped today off Andy. You want to make Fort what base to use for a boson? You have 4-socket bone weave. I would use light armor. That's the only recommendation I have. Bone weave is medium. Hell Mephisto with Silas. I would probably farm Chaos Sanctuary instead of Hell Mephisto because it's just going to get you more drop options at it. But other than that, yeah, Hell difficulty, just late Hell difficulty for Trangs. But for the low rune, I would usually... I mean, currently we have one in our stash here in a... Oh, crap, I'm forgetting what it's called. Wire Fleece. But pretty much any light armor will work, so you can actually run at a decent speed. Let's see. You wonder when chat comes to console? I don't know. They're not giving much love to console, and it's kind of irritating. You just bitter lost Tal's breastplate and masks a few days ago due to double corpses. No! I'm sorry, Huntron. That's always a bad feeling, especially just losing stuff like that. You've got a Great Hauberk waiting for that low rune to drop for a Fortitude. Yeah, that's a good one. Great Hauberks are fairly decent. I would go with, like, the Shrouds and stuff like that. The elite difficulty ones. I think server stability and ladder are priority at the moment, for sure. I think they need to bump the increased attack speed one up quite a bit. But yeah, there's... Some people don't understand the mechanics of Vengeance. So there's going to be some things that are going to be definitely a bit different in that video. We are running out of bolts. No! Let's see. Your hardcore level 78 Necro got one tap by Deceased minions and Nightmare. Ouch! I'm not sure if it would apply to... Well, if he was extra fast, you could. But the big threat as far as the monsters' increased attack speed are the Frenzy Tors. Those things can actually get some pretty nasty speed going with Frenzy. Especially if they are Fanaticism. Or extra fast. Oh, ouch, 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 ouch. Nope, 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 nope. I think our mercenary is actually bugged. Yeah, our mercenary must have gotten bugged somewhere along the way. So we're going to cheese this. But yeah, the IAS bug is a problem. In more than just a few ways. Been farming for weeks on... Okay, let's see. Also, what's better for Orb Wall? Sorceress +3 Cold Skill Amulet or Talrosh's Amulet? For Orb Wall, I would probably go with Talrosh's. Frenzy Tar boss packs are freaking scary. I'll show off the... Hopefully I'll remember to show off whenever on this next build our encounter with a multiple boss pack group of Frenzy Tors on the build. And we survived. Our mercenary didn't, but yeah. Yes, a build that survived multiple boss pack Frenzy Tors. You don't... Yeah, Mage Plate only rolls up to 3. You need light armor.
Success.
Not Mage Plate.
There's something not
well,
right.
Mage Plate is light armor, but it's 3-socket. That's one reason why Mage Plate is used so much for Enigma as well. So let's see. Any of these that I really want to bother with? Not really. I'll take them, but... Defender. Yeah, we can take a Defender. I'm not going to bother opening the chest back there. We are low on bolts. We'll just go through. The fact that you can't crowd control them frustrates you. Yeah. There are some ways to crowd control him, but with a normal character, no. You tried farming normal Mephisto for chance cards, ended up with Talrosh's education. Hey! Yeah, you would be surprised at how low of a level a lot of the Tal's things spawn at. They are not as high level requirement as you would think. Do we actually have Mana Leech on anything besides that? We really don't. We do have Insight, though, so you know what? We'll risk it for a little while. We will risk this for a little while. Do I enjoy Diablo 3 for what it is? Yes, but it's not my favorite game by any stretch of the imagination. I think it's fine for what it is. I don't think it's in the same vein as the rest of the Diablo games. It's very much just bigger numbers the game for me. Yeah, Tal's body armor is, being a loricated plate, does require it to be a certain level. But the rest of it, you can, I think you can get everything except for the orb and the armor relatively early on. Let's see, made a superior 4 open, what? Crown shield that rolled a 40 all res. Ooh. Yeah, that's a really good one. A 40 all res paladin shield spirit? Yes. Found most Tal gear in Nightmare and on bail runs? Yeah. Let's go ahead and get rid of those. That's actually not a bad orb, but I don't have a need for it. What would people trade for a Sur rune? Depends on who you're asking. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and we will stack those up. Get this in Alzorath. Let's go ahead and craft those down. They'll get on my nerves if I don't.
Impossible.
What was that saying was impossible? Interesting. Just noticing odd things. It's okay. Anyone else loving Diablo 2 on console? Sadly, I don't have Diablo 2 on console. Otherwise, I would be able to fulfill someone's wish of doing a proper review on it. I can't review something that I have not played myself, unfortunately. They just hope they drop the cartoonish look of Diablo 3 and go back. The style that they've been presenting in the screenshots and stuff is more in line with this. Is more in line with this kind of aesthetic. So, you scored a Talzami from normal bail a couple of years ago. We got one on a Let's Play playthrough of the game from Bloody Hills in normal. We got it on a druid. It was stupid. Oh, and I still have that amulet somewhere. I think it's the one that I do use on my sorceress. One thing that you should do, not usually in Nightmare because you're not going to see it very often, is always check these guys' stash for jeweler's armor of Amisay and stuff like that. So let's go drop that in there, and away we go. And if we get to bail tonight, I will show off another trick as well. You're on Xbox One, it's not a mouse and keyboard. Yeah, you can't use those on console yet. Have a good night, Huntron. And I'm sorry you couldn't stay for the whole thing. It will be up as a stream in the stream playlist on here, as well as eventually, hopefully, on the Let's Play Everything channel. So it should be up. Let's see. You just hate that in pub lobbies you can't ask people what they want when trading. Yeah. I mean, eventually, there's got to be a solution for it eventually. But it's just tacky. I think the best you can do right now is just show it off in the trade window, can't you? Or can you even do that? Streams to sleep to. We are building up quite a library of streams on here. It's been quite a bit. You haven't heard good things about console, but you oddly enjoy gamepad, except for Necro. Corpse Explosion is a mess with. Yeah, I can understand that, because that's one that you generally want to aim for as well. I am already missing the Mana Leash. And this right here is what was happening earlier, where I'm just not getting that summon Valkyrie proc. It's fine. We're doing just fine. There we go. We now have a Valkyrie. It'll stick with us for a while because it's level 15. But yeah, whenever we do the assassin run, the plan is to do the, except for maybe like some inventory management stuff, do the entire run with a controller and do the whole we are using martial arts kind of thing. So it'll be like playing a spectacle fighter kind of thing as far as combos and stuff. So we'll see how that goes. That's the plan, at least, whenever we do the assassin. I don't know whether assassin's going to be next or whether it's going to be further on in, but... And with the mercenary bug, this is going to be a little bit easier. So let's see. How are we looking on there? 105, 100. Let's go ahead and get more vitality. Already level 48. We're going to have max charge strike before we even start using charge strike, which is probably going to start in hell difficulty, judging by our progress so far. Your Wind Druid is great on PS4. You're scared to try Sorceress because you can't click exactly where you want. Sorceress, it depends on what skills you're using. Fireball Orb, perfectly fine with a controller. I have tried that one offline. But, yeah. Fireball Orb works just fine. Don't bother with Meteor. Don't bother with Blizzard. Firewall is not great, but it's not as bad as Blizzard or Meteor. You always have a soft spot for Diablo on console because your first experience was Diablo with D1 on PS1. Fun little story about that. I still have my Diablo 1 PlayStation 1 disc. I have thought about doing a Let's Play on the Let's Play Everything channel for that. I might emulate it just to make it easier to record, but it works fine. Friend and I were hooked on it even though you kept dying to King Leoric. Oh, wow. I did end up beating it, but I also, in Diablo 1 on console, I used to do the console duping, which was literally you have 2 saves and you just keep dumping all the stuff from save 1 onto save 2. It was basically transferring, except we were making duplicates. But yeah, it was a fun game on PlayStation 1. This was the only Diablo that didn't come to consoles until recently, so I wouldn't be surprised if Diablo 4 is on console too. Well, the problem with Blizzard is you kind of have to have something to stop them in place. So if you have like a good mercenary, yeah, Blizzard can get a little bit better on console. Same goes for Meteor though, but aiming it is just not as easy as it is with Orb and stuff like that. And a lot of people crap on Orb about damage. The damage with Orb, just like the damage with Blizzard. With Blizzard, you have to learn how to aim with it too. But the damage on Orb is very much where you aim it. You want to get that ball bursting on the actual, like, target enemy. Or you want to be hitting a wide swath at the side and then tear them down like that by getting 2 or 3 spikes into each of them on the side. Kind of like learning to aim the... whatchamacallit. Oh, I've just completely flaked on what the other skill was. Kind of like learning to aim Whirlwind. There we go. What gear would I recommend on a Summon Necro? Plus skills and lightning resist. That's all you need. Physical damage reduction is nice for the bow dudes, but it's fine. As far as you remember, Diablo 1 on PS1 was always hardcore and minions didn't respawn. Depends on how you played. You can save just the character on Diablo 1 and just keep reusing that. But you could also just straight up save the game itself, because there was a save game and there was a save character. And save character would just save the character to your memory card, and it would take up a lot less space. And that's one thing that I did for a very long time, because I only had one memory card for a very long time. So I wasn't able to save the full game on there unless I wanted to get rid of my like Gran Turismo saves and stuff. Which I also still have. I've thought about doing a playthrough of that. But as it stands right now, I can't even beat the B license on it. I used to have all the licenses on Gran Turismo, but now I can't do it. So very weird to get used to that. Oh god, there's so many of you. No. Shoo. Out, damn spot. Oh, we got a few of you. Quest log, get out of the way. And yeah, they're just straight up ignoring the mercenary. So yeah, we got him bugged somewhere. So let's see. Healing potion probably would be nice right about now. Do we have one? Yes, we do right there. But yeah, in Diablo 1, it wasn't always hardcore, but if you did die, all of your stuff popped on the ground, if I remember correctly. Which was always a pain in the ass, because then you actually had to go get your stuff back. You couldn't just leave and come back. Which was one reason the Sorcerer was a whole lot easier in Diablo 1. Generally, I would go with Sorcerer or Rogue in the first one. Warrior was very strong once you got him leveled up, though. Yay, he did. Hi, Ghost Boy. You're going to get me 2 more skill points.
Goodbye.
Be proud. Now we just need to get the hell out of Dodge. I'm just going to scout with arrows, because those guys hurt. And we can leash from them, so we'll see little red swirls if we hit something. Okay. And as far as strafe with this bow, I don't usually recommend it. It's a little bit slow for that. Although this does make a good druid weapon, believe it or not. Not the best druid weapon, but it is fun. Good old times. Yeah, generally, if I'm going to cover Diablo 1 on this channel, I'll probably be doing the GOG version, but PlayStation 1 version is definitely on that list of things that would be worthwhile to do. And I forgot to identify this. Is it good? Not really. It'll sell for money, though. Let's see. Get that in there. Drink that. We just wander around the edge looking for the stairs to the next area. The area where we don't have to worry about freaking gloams. Why are there ones behind me? No, 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 no. What did you guys get aggroed off of? Probably the Valkyrie. It was probably the Valkyrie. If I had to guess which one was going to be aggroing the things off in the middle of Narnia. It's the Valkyrie. There's one. And I do like the freeze on this. It's not a guaranteed freeze, but it's good enough. Okay. So, is the exit going to be anywhere where we... God damn it, Nappa! Go away! We do get mana per kill as well. That's another nice thing with this. We are running fairly decent on the bolts. Mainly because we've been using the magic arrow more often. And we have some over here that need to die. Could have sworn we could have leeched from those guys, but I didn't see red swirls there. And we do actually have a decent amount of life leech. In case anyone was curious. Let's go ahead and swap that so I can actually, see my controls. There we go. Team 4-star, yes. All these circles make a square. All these squares make a circle. I loved Popo. Popo was awesome. His power level is only 1006. It's upside down. It's over at 9,000. man. I missed that. I'm sad that they didn't make any more of those. I think it was mostly due to legal reasons that they didn't make more. That, and they were probably getting burned out on it after so long of making them. So I would have loved to see more of them. Well, we're going to get a level just trying to find our way out of this godforsaken hellhole. Any place with gloams is immediately a hellhole. So my Amazon can dodge! Oh, Lord. Poor Gohan. What's bad is, if I remember correctly, the creator of Dragon Ball says that the stories for Abridged were better than theirs. 9 minutes and 18 seconds. Let's go ahead and dodge you. So we've got Abyss Knights, we've got Fingers. That's 2 of our slots. I'm not sure what our 3rd slot's going to be here. You love how they portrayed Cell as going along with Goku's stupidity while Frieza just couldn't take it. Would you be like Frieza, or would you be like Cell? Just go along with it. Just like how we dodged that. Hi, Abyss. Honestly, I feel Abyss Knights are even more dangerous than the ones in Chaos Sanctuary, just because they have that ranged plus a decent melee attack. What happens, Vegeta? Vegeta, happiest moment of... Oh. Oh, we've got bats. This is Bat Country. Why do they keep punching me in the nuts? That's how I feel about Gloams. Why do they keep hitting me in the dick? Lordy. I also the Hellsing Abridged was pretty good too. If you're looking for just like something else in that same vein, I wager most people who watch Dragon Ball Z Abridged have watched Hellsing Abridged, but it's another good one. It was their sense of humor was definitely on point with both series. So, I appreciate them. Gloams kick everyone's butt unless you have like specifically anti-Gloam gear, like T-Gods and Wisp Projector and stuff like that. They wreck your nonsense. Sadly, I am going to keep that. I know that someone's going to laugh about that.
Good to see you.
I also love the... Spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen Hellsing Abridged. I'm about to spoil something on there. I loved the therapy sessions. Those cracked me up like nobody's business. Alucard, go for a walk. It's the first time he's listened to me without being snarky. Without giving me lip, if I remember quickly, is what she said. Let's see. You were thinking about crafting Rift for your Druid? For Druid... It's not exactly great for Druid. You're going to be repairing the shit out of that. But I guess you could do that. I prefer it for Assassin. I prefer Voice of Reason for any kind of thing that's going to be doing a lot of attacks, because Voice of, like, if they're going to be doing attacks with weapon, like the Druid, because you can put it in a phase blade and not have to be repairing it every 5 minutes. What's bad is Hellsing was not particularly normal in its own right, even without Abridged, so... It's definitely a thing. All the elements coming towards me. Jeez, hi. Dodge! Thank you. Oh, we forgot to go to Tyrael. We'll do it whenever we get to the waypoint. He then proceeded to tilt every painting in the hallway. And then there's Anderson. Anderson has some hilarious freaking lines. Big titty police girl. The scream can even be heard in the future. Daddy? Just Trunks. Poor Trunks. Always second fiddle. Oh, goodness gracious. Memories. Memories. Oh, Lord. Where the heck are our stairs? Just wandering back and forth across this godforsaken hellhole. It's warm here. It's the home for infinite losers. Oh, goodness. I can only imagine the stuff that they would be doing with the newer Dragon Balls. I haven't watched the actual new Dragon Balls. I've just seen clips from them, and I can... my mental image of what they would do with Whis is just like... it's out there. It's definitely out there. You love that every scene in the future that coincides with a moment, you can hear Vegeta's scream echoing in the background. Let's go ahead and grab this. We got our skill points. Let's go ahead and... do I really want to invest in anything? Not really. I'm gonna... I shouldn't grab this. I'm gonna... just because we might be switching off of Bariza. Mustache. That was a whole song they made. Mustache.
What do you need?
Bulma hitting on Trunks. Yes. Oh, and I was missing a soul, not a shale. No! Why is it always the soul that I'm missing? Yes, that is a bad self-referential joke as well. Let's go ahead and grab those. What is a kami? Basically God, but I am here! Oh, goodness. And then there, I love Popo knocking everyone off of the lookout. And I forgot to restock my arrows. It's fine. We'll find more. Yes, the musical things were hilarious. Very well done on their part. They really improved over time as far as like their first Dragon Ball Z Abridged were good. They were very good. They were just, but as they got more resources and grew and were able to like pay for like animation and stuff like that, it went from being haha good, this is funny, to being honestly worthy of considering a show in its own right. No, I'll find one. I really don't need another soul rune. It would just make my shared stash be more organized looking, because I have that one little empty spot there because I used the soul rune. And then there's the whole thing where with Dende and Popo, I like you. Crack! As he smiles. Dende, the only one that got Popo's respect. Okay, so let's go ahead and show. And then Dende's weird fascination with Gohan. Geez, we are just getting all kinds of nonsense here. Oh, we have a boss. Well, that explains why we're getting good experience. Goodness. Just drank an entire gallon of acid. What? From a milk jug. Hey, Andrew, how's it going? Been going down memory lane of DBZ Abridged. This is going to be like several episodes on the Let's Play channel of just me rambling about. People are going to be like, what were they saying in the chat? Well, you're going to have to go to the stream archive to watch it. This was recorded on November something of 2021. You're watching this in the far, far future. Long, long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, we reminisced about an abridged dragon and his balls. Empty spots need to be filled with perfect skulls. In the rune screen, I actually could do that. I have enough perfect skulls to do that. I haven't been re-rolling any rares, so I have those. Is Diablo 1 a good and fun game by today's standards? Would you want a Diablo 1 remake or just a remaster? For a modern gamer, Diablo 1 would be arduous and considered kind of unfair. It's a good game, just in general. But I can definitely, for people who are used to modern games, it is harsh and it is slow. I wouldn't recommend it if you are used to Diablo 3, or even if you just started on Diablo 2. Diablo 1 is a bit rough because you don't have run, you don't have the ability to have a corpse. You die, you lose everything. So, is Treachery Rune Word really all that good for a mercenary? If you can get it to proc, it's amazing. If you can get the fade, that is, it's actually really, really amazing. And it can help you hit the attack speed breakpoint so you get enough leech. Thing is, if he doesn't get that, there's a lot of situations where it can bite your ass. So you need to be a little bit careful. Before Lord of Destruction, perfect skulls were utility. For Lord of Destruction D2R, what items would you recommend skulls on? Oh, generally speaking, I don't use skulls on stuff. I use them for re-rolling rares. Funnily enough, I almost never put them in things. The early use for them, like if you have like just a normal skull and you're using Malice to get through the game, throw a normal skull in your helmet and you're fine. You won't have to worry about the Malice drain, but they're not as good as they used to be. They can be used for leech in some weapons, but usually you're better off with a shale or an am or anything like that. DBZ Abridged would have made GT amazing, possibly. And Boss Mob behind a pillar there, still able to shoot my minion though. Bye, you fool. Stop multi-shotting the wall. And I really wish, and this is going to be like a weird little nitpicky thing, I wish the quest button appeared down here. Kind of like where other games would put their little like modifiers you have running. I would like them down here, rather than a big square like right in the middle of where I'm clicking. Nothing wrong with remembering Dragon Ball Z Abridged? No, there's never anything wrong about remembering it. You always thought using perfect skulls to reroll the charms was better? Nope. I use diamonds for that usually. That and topaz. Believe it or not. Hey, I didn't see you over there. You can stop. Go away, you fools! DBZ GTA. Make little Goku's voice adult. Have him have a deeper voice as a kid. You just stepped into the blood moor to raise skeletons, and the first enemy drops an Am rune. Welcome to Nightmare! Or Hell. I mean, that can happen in Hell, too. It can happen Nightmare onward. 1, 2, 3. I am always sad that you don't get that. Hey, we got a crappy rune. Great. I already have a million of those, thank you. Let's see. The perfect gems reroll does not depend on the type of gem. Correct. It doesn't care what gem you're using, it's just as long as it's perfect. There are formulas that create items that use perfect gems that it does matter on, but for re-rolling, no, it doesn't matter. Rares require skulls, but for magic, nah. You only use skulls for empty spaces on rune mules. There's people who pay a good pretty penny for skulls because there's some weird item setups that you can do with it. For those of you curious, there are things like, let's go ahead and dump those over, and those. We don't need this. It's going to go on the ground for now. That's going to go on the ground for now. But there are uses for skulls in lowering the item level of claws so you can get low-level assassin skills. So, like, if you use the 3-skull recipe and you're using it on, say, a level 1 character to reroll stuff, you're going to start chunking down the item level of some of these high-level claws so you can start getting low-level skills on those claws that you can use for specific builds. And that's the only way to get certain ones like that. Dole is only really good. Dole is in a few rune words. It's annoying because it has that monster flea thing, but it is in a few rune words. It's in Fortitude. So, but yeah, it's used in Fortitude. It's used in Silence. It's used in Passion. It's used... Trying to remember what other ones off the top of my head, which is asking a lot from me because my brain don't always work. Asking me these off-the-cuff things. Jeez. But yeah, there's a few things that it's used in.
Hail to you, champion.
It's not an unused rune word. I mean, it's not an unused rune. Zod is a relatively unused rune. It's only used in Breath of the Dying. Which is why it's worth less than a jaw. Which is stupid to me. Okay, we do need to get more bolts, so let's go ahead and grab those while we're here. We'll drop the leftover ones. Did we actually have another stack up here? I thought I... Oh no, we picked it up. Okay. So we do need to sell that one, unfortunately. Trade repair, grab that. So we have backup bolts for in Chaos Sanctuary, and I think we're doing pretty good. We are doing well. We might get through Nightmare even today. Learning new stuff every day. I mean, there's a lot of things this game does not explain well. And item level is one of those things. So let's dump that in there. Let's see, 51, 59. So 59 for Fortitude. So that's our next piece of equipment is Fortitude. Okay. We might swap out Saigon's Wrap at 51. We'll see. But 59 for Fortitude is our next big goal. And I might steal Steel Skull from my Mercenary. We'll see. Actually, the only reason I don't, by the way, is because we lose the attack rating from that. In case you're wondering why I'm still using Saigon's instead of Steel Skull. Because my attacks do still rely on attack rating hit. Yes, even Magic Arrow. And with enemies in a line, we basically have Bone Spirit, the bow skill. Not Bone Spirit, Bone Spear. It just auto-pierces. But yeah, this game has a lot of interesting things about it. Little nuances that a lot of people don't expect. Personally, I hate this aesthetic that we have going on right now. The giant helmet with a breastplate doesn't look good to me. Tomb Wand. Does it have good mods on it? Nope. Raise Skeletal Mage. No. Garbage. Go Mercenary. I mean, go Valkyrie, go. It would be nice if you could upset pieces like Rare and Unique. I agree. There would be a ton of backlash over it because purists, but I actually agree that it would be nice to have upgradable, because that would make, oh god, Alder's set actually useful as more than just a stopgap. which is what it is. It's literally just a stopgap, unfortunately. It's not really... The weapon is okay. The helmet is okay. And they've got sockets. It's kind of like a Griswold's effect, except not as good as Griswold's. Saigon's is a good set even in Nightmare. I could build a Saigon's build that could go through Hell difficulty, wearing the entire Saigon set. So yeah, it's good enough. Is it best in slot? God, no. But it's good enough for going through the entire game. Death's Clovis belt would also be good. Yeah, because then you'd be able to have a 4x4 belt. And these little hallways on the side are just like made for the Bariza. Because you just get so many enemies in one little line. It's ridiculous. Hey, Oblivion Knot. Do I play the Halo games? I have played them. I haven't beaten them, though. I was not an Xbox kid. I went... Let's see. It went Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, Atari 2600. Don't ask. And then to Sega Saturn, to PlayStation 2, and then I was mostly PC after that for a long time. And then I got into collecting, and then I started getting everything in between it. I stopped. I didn't get an N64 whenever I was younger, but I did end up getting hooked on a few N64 games. Don't have one now, but do have a GameCube. I've been all over the place gaming. And yes, I have gotten the old Xboxes as well, because there are some platform-specific RPGs. Then back whenever I had the money to collect, which I don't right now, except the Sega Saturn. Yeah, I really hate the way they kind of like gave Sega Saturn the shaft here in the US. But yeah, I still have a soft spot for Sega Saturn. But back before I didn't have the money to be doing collecting anymore, because yay, pandemic. I basically was collecting RPGs specifically. Let's see. Started with NES Famicom, which was a common thing there in Southeast Asia. Yeah. It really took off there. And there were a lot of clones even like in places where it wasn't allowed to be sold. So you'd end up with NES games in like China and Russia as well. Just on clone systems. So NES was the breakthrough. For sure. What level's good to enter Hell difficulty with? For a new player, I generally recommend low 70s at the earliest. If you're seasoned, you can usually get in there in the 60s and be just fine. I don't remember whether the Philippines had a lot of clone systems or not. That's that is a gap in my knowledge of the history of gaming, unfortunately. Which I am by no means a history guru of gaming by any stretch of the imagination. I have collector knowledge. That's about as much as I would give my brain on that. But yeah, I would still. There are still games on my list of games that I would like to collect at some point, but yeah, I can't afford them right now. I might, after we get up to a certain size, I might actually do a little mini series on my old game collection, retro and not retro. So let's pop that. Pop this, and no, we're not going to do the quick farm of this. Public bail runs, or if you're on single player, just bail runs with player count up. Started with a VIC-20. Ah, nice. I've never actually had one of those. So, I mean, I used DOS for a few times. But DOS gaming wasn't really my thing. I did some AD&D games on DOS. and Mech Warrior 1. And I'm trying to remember what the other one was. It was on my stepbrother at the time's system. But I never considered that my system. Sorry if I'm concentrating a little bit and being quiet. That's just because I'm focusing in on some slightly more dangerous enemies here. Specifically, the Oblivion Knights are the big pain in the butt. Not too worried about the rest of this because our magic arrow's free. So we don't have to worry about being drained. So those guys, the little finger mages, are not a huge threat to me. So grab that. He should be right there. Get as many of them down before our dudes get up there. Have a good one, Andrew. And maybe we'll see you back later or on Tuesdays. But yeah, actually, I need to plug my phone in too. Thanks for reminding me. I forgot I had it off so I could decharge it today. There we go. It's back to charging. But yeah, drain the battery every now and then just so it doesn't explode and swell and all kinds of nonsense. Because it's an old phone. It's already on its third battery. If that tells you how old it is, you can replace the battery. that alone, it's sad whenever basic maintenance ages a piece of tech. It's tacky. My phone's from the day when you can replace the battery. What? Oh, goodness. I'm going to grab that small charm. Freeze these guys a little bit, and we should be pretty much good to deal with Diablo. Oh, that reminds me. I need to check if they probably left it like it was in 1.14. But I do wonder if you can blind shot guided in this or not. I mean, it probably would not have died tonight from the draining because, well, I'm just letting it sit there. But, yeah, I don't like getting it below 30% in case of emergency. And it was sitting at 42 whenever I grabbed it just now. And yes, there is a reason why I didn't pop the other seal, because I want more control of whenever Diablo spawns. And we can handle these guys without having to rely on that. Because I want to go back to town, I want to get my bolts and everything set up. Hey! That's actually a fairly decent helmet. It's Lore's cousin, Sazabi's Mental Sheath. This is actually a really fun helmet. I like putting a thull in it so I can have cold resist too. Does not give me attack rating though. Poison damage over... No. So let's go get our... Have fun looting and leveling. You too, Fat Boy. Fat Boy Slim. That's something several people in here probably don't even remember. Do we actually want to equip that? Not really. There are characters that I could use that on. Watch us get Telling of Beads too. That'd be great. So grab those. That. You always get that helm, but never another one from that set. The swords are actually kind of interesting. They're basically phase blades. Let's see. Reading Sazabi still keeps reminding you of Gundam and Char's counterattack. Ah. Let's see. Do I need anything? Probably not.
What do you need?
I might try hugging Diablo here. How do I skip the Greaves? I'm not sure which Greaves you're referring to. So Zombies doesn't have Greaves, but Saigon's does.
Not even death can save you from me.
So I want to be on the opposite side of my mercenary. That way he's punching me. Wow, he's just very aggressive with just the melee attacks there. You bastard. Do your lightning. No, he's just very much... Okay. Oh, nope. Damn it. I wasn't close enough. If you hug close enough to him, you actually get inside of the range of that. I thought I was close enough. I was wrong. That's my own bad. Hi, mercenary. You're no longer bugged. There's our Valkyrie. That's why we always put up a town portal, by the way. I'll just do it with a bow. It'll be easier. Where did you run off to, Dingus McChingus? Okay. So let's see. He's going to be about there. Mercenary's probably going to die. And this is going to do decent damage to him because we're using Bariza, but it's not going to be super fast. With Guided Arrow, we don't have to worry about too much. He's just going to keep casting that. I'll throw a healing potion in on Mercenary. Why is Mercenary still bugged? That is actually a little bit confusing because Diablo should have been focusing on him there. Why was he still bugged? That's fine by me, but that's still a little bit weird. Okay, so it can still track on him as long as it's within a screen of him. Hey, Diablo, how's it going? We don't miss with this, so we don't need attack rating. We just do damage. Ah, you big boy. And I should probably test the round the corner shot to see if it actually works. It don't. It would have tracked on him there. The around the corner shot used to be a thing that it would track if you were, like, if I was standing here, I could shoot out here and it would track back to Diablo. And it was kind of a cheap, fun thing to do, but they took that away from Bone Spirit as well. Well, is that going to be... Nope. Not even remotely good. So we've beaten Diablo, we have beaten Mephisto. Next target is Baal. And we should be good. Baal! In Act 5's cinematic thing. You shall not. You will not pass. I just went into like full Gandalf brain there. Can you fix ethereal items in the Herodric Cube? Nope. No, you cannot, unfortunately. I mean, that would kind of defeat the purpose of ethereal, unfortunately, because what they want ethereal to be is stronger at the cost of not being able to be repaired at all. I wouldn't mind it if they made it something like super expensive, like a Zod rune to repair it in there or something, but that would still be overpriced. Light and fire resist good for Diablo? Yeah.
Hello.
He actually does light, fire, and cold. His grabby hand. He has a swipe that's physical, but he has a grabby hand that you'll see his hand turn blue. That's cold damage. So having every element resistance is actually a good thing against him. They like their hold button to skip thing on this. Sorry for clearing my throat so much. It's just like I just took a drink and it went down sideways. They fixed the hell difficulty. It worked, unless they fixed it recently. The hugging strat, that is. Oh, there were rare greaves on the top left. I mean, we can go look. I might have just not noticed them while I was chatting it up, but... Oh, we still have the town portal. We can use that. Barbarian Gatekeeper was a total Chad for facing Bale and his horde in the face of imminent, inescapable death. Yeah, he was a bit of a brave one there. So you said there were Greaves up here? Oh, yeah, we did skip them. Thank you. Good eye. Are they good? Actually, they're fairly decent. That's actually, that would have been good versus Diablo. In fact, if it wasn't for the magic find, I would use them.
Good day.
We used it on the Druid. We hugged him with tornadoes.
What do you need?
It's visually not there, but it's there. And thank you for the good eye there, BC. Don't ever turn into AD. Trust me, it's not worth it. So Larzik will do all his nonsense. We'll go ahead and get more bolts. Double check on repairing everything. Look for jewelers. Now, in Nightmare and Hell, as far as what they can stock, it beyond like the base items, it's based on your level. Oh, let's see.
Good afternoon.
For some reason, my brain just went all Hitchhiker's Guide there for a minute. The creating of the universe was considered a bad move. Yeah, rare greaves on the top left by the first seals. Yeah, they were decent. Yeah, pretty much anything rare from any rare boots from Nightmare on can be GG. We just got like the least friendly one of these. Thankfully, we're range 2, so it's not as big of a deal. But the Burning Deads are one of the worst things to get here because of how the damage how their damage works. But thankfully, we got Death Maulers in them, so Death Maulers are easy and just quick experience. So level 51, let's go ahead and get Vitality, and we will get... Oh, we're maxed out on that. Sweet. Time to get Lightning Strike. I'm not going Lightning Fury on this, just to be spiteful. It's literally the only reason I'm not using it. That, and I don't plan to do Cal level. I would rather farm Chaos Sanctuary and bosses and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and knock them out. Mercenary, stop dying on me, please. And Nightbot, stop spamming. I swear, sometimes it doesn't remember the rules that I put down for it as far as the... whatchamacallit? The... I'm not even sure what to call those. The bumps? The little chat messages it does every now and then, the promo messages, which are unfortunately mildly irritating to me, but because it highlights me each time it says it. Have I done solo self-found? Yes, we did self-found in Lord of Destruction, then transferred it over. But we're technically account self-found here anyway. I haven't traded for any items. You shit biscuits, stop. You die. You guys get away from me. And our mercenary just died because of asshole over here. Die, you fools. There you go. Let's go resurrect Dingus. But yeah, our entire single player thing is solo self-found. Everything I've done guides in is from solo self-found supplies. And that's why I picked that up. I still need a flawed ruby. As far as cows, they're good for base items and runes. If you're in like a large group, they're really good for runes. But as far as just, yeah. No, cows are good farming. They're not the best. I'm not sure I agree with the best, but they're good enough farming that they are worth considering as part of a rotation.
Afternoon.
And yeah, personally, I enjoy Chaos Sanctuary, so farming what you enjoy, like Formiant said. Formiant. I'm guessing, is actually not a bad place to farm. And that's one of the big things. This is going to be a little bit of a mini rant. One of the big things a lot of people forget about farming in Diablo 2, and farming in any game really, is if you're farming and you're not getting at least something from it, then why the hell are you farming? For some people, it really is like that dopamine injection. That's their entire point of farming. And you should be farming areas that you get something from, at least like mentally or something. I mean, we've solo self-found a grand total of 5 Zods, if you don't count the one we crafted. God damn it, you dumbass. I really don't like him right now. Mercenary needs to stop just charging in, but I know that's what he do, because the AI in this is about as smart as a fucking tin can of cat food. But yes, we have done solo self-found plenty of times. As like character solo self-found, and currently we are entirely account self-found. We have a freaking fortitude from account self-found. So... And we have a spare low, too. Oh. Come on, canned corned beef. That's what your name is now, Vikyat. Oh, let's see. What else can we actually equip? 59 for that. We have the belt available now for resists. We still have the life leech and the defense if we get with that. I think we lose... Yeah, we lose the defense if we go there. But we have way better resists. No, actually we don't. Yeah, we do. Because that just gives us fire resist. I know, those are fairly decent boots. Let's see. Hugin and Munin. Wow, that is a thing I haven't read for a very long time. How's it going? That is a reference, in case anyone's wondering. Okay. Areas like Lower Caress are good for some high runes. But the runes we've found have just been playing through. It hasn't even been for, like, high-end farming or anything like that. I'm just going to throw potions at him every few minutes, so he doesn't piss me off nearly as much. That's another crafting jewel. The thing that I have the most trouble finding are good jewels. Runes are not usually the big issue. So get rid of them. Keep moving. I honestly would rather have them shooting at me than my mercenary at this point, just because. And has anyone... This is actually a question for everyone else. And this seems to be... That is spawned incorrectly. It's supposed to be further up that way, and this is supposed to be centered under it. Very strange. I just heard a barbarian die, so I knew that there were enemies right there. It's confuzzling. I don't know why. And if you guys want to watch the high quality VOD, I'll be putting it over on the Let's Play Everything channel eventually. Currently, we're still releasing the normal difficulty ones over there. And there will be a small gap where I forgot to record a section where it's going to be in 720p. Ew. Because I had to download it and it'll be all artifacty because it was part of the stream and all kinds of nonsense. God, I hate that thing's AI. Let's go around the left side. Usually we go running up the right side. Let's go to the left side. That's because we can. And I keep hearing all of the barbarians dying. It's kind of sad.
I need
Thankfully, with our meditation mercenary, we don't have to worry about it too much. We get our mana back super quick. So we can spam this, wait a few little cycles, and then spam it again. Okay, keep moving. We don't want to stick around in any one area too long, otherwise we're going to end up having to fight a whole bunch of skeletons. And dealing with catapults. Mercenary, don't go kamikaze over there. And I think we're good. What are Amazons best at in terms of farming and generating wealth? They're actually not bad at Chaos Sanctuary. They're not as fast as other builds, but they pretty much... There's nothing that is really immune to an Amazon if built properly. So that is one thing that they're really good at. So generally, whenever I'm farming with an Amazon, it's going to be Chaos Sanctuary or Worldstone Keep. They're also really good at cows, because Lightning Fury versus cows is of, like, historically and modern legendary proportions thanks to, well, Lightning Fury being just the ultimate of dick moves. They really need to tone down that guy's volume.
Oops. Did I do that?
Let's go ahead and grab that. But yeah, what are they best in slot in our account? Oh. But yeah, those are the places where they're the strongest. Zealots can actually do the same thing. Let's go ahead and pump up to here. And I would use the boots, but then I would lose attack speed and leech and attack rating. If we actually use the belt again, we'd actually have Magic Find as well, which is another reason why I've been thinking of keeping it. We will be swapping off of it as soon as we get Fortitude, though. Although Fortitude might end up on the Mercenary. And we just stick with Peace. You prefer Strafe for attacking many enemies? Yeah, Strafe is the main thing I use offline. Strafe for bows, and you use Lightning Fury for cows. I prefer Strafe over Multi-Shot. The reason we're doing Multi-Shot is because we're using Bariza as opposed to something fast like a Faith or a Wind Force. Are Zons faster than Hammerdins for Chaos? No. There's nothing to slow down the Hammerdins in Chaos Sanctuary. Once you know how to play a Hammerdin optimally, the Hammerdin will be faster. And we're playing online. This is Players 1. But whenever I'm playing offline, I'm usually in Players 3 for the Strafe Zon in Chaos and Worldstone. Mainly because that's my happy zone as far as drop rates and stuff like that. But yeah, with the only reason we are using multi-shot is because we have the Bariza and it's slower. I don't want to be stuck in the strafe animation, which can bite you in the ass. Strafe Amazons are also fairly good at the Travancore. That's one area where a lot of physical characters tend to really wreck face. Zons are easier to aim. Yes, by a large margin. Once you get used to it, hammers aren't terrible for aiming, though. So let's go back out there, and we're not going to rescue the barbarians. We don't need more runes. We'll save them for if we ever need a Tal or Oral. And more fire archers. Great. That's just asking for Mercenary to die, unfortunately. Again, I'd rather take the hits than him in this case, because he is my mana potion. Amazons are actually really easy to aim with the controller, too, speaking of aiming chance. I've yet to actually encounter an Amazon skill that I've tried with controller that felt bad. Some don't feel nearly as good, like Lightning Fury doesn't feel quite as good, but it's still fine. Here's those. A properly equipped Hammerding can just rip things to pieces, though. So let's go ahead and grab that, but you have to deal with your greatest enemy, walls. Hammers on controller. I haven't tried that, actually. Let's go ahead and grab... Let's just get more vitality for now. And work on our lightning skills. We could use them right now if we wanted to. Wouldn't be the end of the world, but it also wouldn't be like my main go-to. So what we're doing is we're just going to skirt up the wall here. We're going to go into the next area. We're going to find our cave. We're going to get into it as quickly as possible. We might actually beat Act 5 tonight, which would put us in hell for the next stream. Probably won't grind before then because I don't think I'll have time if I'm going to get everything up and running. Hey, there's a Lum rune. Sweet. And people say runes are hard to find. We've gotten kind of lucky. I will admit that. But runes are nowhere near as hard to find as they were back in the early days. Back then, it was pretty much impossible that you'd ever find a Zod. Nowadays, it's within reason to expect someone to be able to eventually find one. How to aim teleport and meteor and such on a controller. I haven't found a way that feels terribly good with them. I mean, it's doable, but it doesn't feel good because you generally... Yeah, it just doesn't feel great. Teleporting and all that stuff on controller. That's one of the downsides of the controller aspect is the movements weren't ever planned for it. Because this was during Blizzard's no console period. Currently playing Freezing Arrow and Lightning Fury Charge Strike Zon. Super fun and can clear all content. Yep. Pretty much a hybrid Amazon can clear all content. My experience with the Fendazon so far is that it actually can do everywhere. And if you threw in the lightning skills, you really would have nothing to worry about. Wow, we are in a dodge lock there. There you guys go. Nice. As we kill them all, that's when the... Oh, is there one up there? No, there's not one up there. We've got the Vile Archers. Let's go just grab the gold. Why not? Not going to bother with the Tigulated Mail. But yeah, Freezing Arrow and Lightning works good. Freezing Arrow and Poison works good if you have the right stuff in your shield. It can be actually kind of nasty. But it's there. I haven't played Diablo 3 on console. I have it on PC. I mean, technically I have it on console because I got it as part of a batch, but to put it kind of clearly, I got it as part of a... I'm trying to think of how to phrase it. There's a term for it. A lot. Basically, a bunch of stuff that you get super cheap as is. And I never even bothered testing it because I played it on PC, so I wouldn't be playing it on console anyway. But... So yeah, I haven't tried that with controller in Diablo 3. I haven't tried any of the movement skills in controller in Diablo 3. That has been pure mouse and keyboard for me. Got lightning return mages, which are actually not that bad. This area, not too threatening for the mercenary, thankfully. So we can just kind of continue on and not worry about crap. Let's see, that is a dead end. I should have known because it shows it on the freaking map. Teleport just goes where you're facing? That would make sense. Teleporting in most games is not really great on consoles because it becomes more of a just repositioning in a direction as opposed to repositioning to something specific. If that makes sense. Let's see, do we need anything here? Not really. We don't need this waypoint. We don't need any of the other things. We'll probably end up doing a safety portal just to be on the safe side. Probably won't need it where we're going unless we get some like really bad combo down here. But beyond that, I think we're good. If we find the waypoint, we'll take it, but not terribly concerned about it. In fact, nope, that's not it. That's just random wall in the woods. We should have a Thresh socket coming up really soon. Because this is only so... There's Thresh socket. Hi. And can we get him before he gets amp damage on us? Maybe. We did. Sweet. Absolutely more powerful on PC. That's generally the truth of teleport anywhere. Now, I have to say, I did try out Grim Dawn on controller, by the way, speaking of controller controls, and that actually feels kind of good on it. Most of the Grim Dawn skills translate fairly well into controller usage because, well, they're not your usual just like, I'm dropping a meteor and it takes 5 hours to show up kind of thing. That's my only thing I don't like about Meteor is the fact that it takes so long to come down. You have to get used to using it. Like, if you don't use it for a few weeks, your aim will be off on it. Almost guaranteed. So let's go ahead and throw a bunch of bolts downwind. Oh, it's a boss mob. Oh, mana burn. Even worse. Don't kill the mercenary with your nonsense. But yeah, just kind of chilling. We should have... Ooh, hey, our full rejuve on this character, I think. Do. Nice. But yeah, I think the rest of Nightmare difficulty will be fairly relaxed for us. We'll see for sure how the Ancients go, but beyond that, I don't think there's much for us to worry about. We could get Gloams down here, but our lightning resist is positive. So it's better than nothing. We've definitely gotten here with worse. With no Enigma, Trapsin, Hammerden, or a Necro is better for Neelathak. If I was going to farm Neelathak with those, I'd probably farm with a Trapsin. You burst of speed, you can run around and find the way down. And then you just drop traps down his pathway. And it nukes stuff, things explode, he can't hit you with his corpse explosions. You're fine. And Hammerden does not do terribly well down there because, especially without Enigma, because of the walls. That's not a very wide open place. Chaos Sanctuary is wide open, stuff like that. Yeah, I know. We've played a bit with controller. We actually played most of Act 2 in normal with controller on this character, in fact. Just for the jollies. But I usually I prefer mouse and keyboard for this game. They need to introduce a right stick aiming system, by the way, for console controls. Let you use right stick to aim things like Meteor and stuff like that. Or at least have it be toggleable. That would probably make things a little bit simpler. Let's just keep going around the edge. That's generally your strategy in these areas, is if you are looking for the way down, you just travel around the edge. There we go. And they all did. Between Trapsin and Necro, which is better? For my personal preference, I prefer the Necromancer, but the Trapsin is generally going to be better for the killing Neelathak part. As far as just in general play, I do prefer the Necromancer just because I am more used to it. Hey, we've got ghosts. Nightmare, they're not a problem. Oh, there's our Mercenary. I was like, where is Mercenary? He's just doing his own thing there. It's like, okay. So we've got Drifters, Stygian Harlots. These aren't Succubi. These are actually Stygian Harlots. There is a difference. These are casting amp damage and stuff. And we've got Abominables. That's actually not a bad layout. And Ghosts. Ghosts are easy as hell, because we are doing a fairly decent amount of elemental damage thanks to Bariza. Yeah, it's cold damage, so it's not really helping against these, but for that we have all the physical damage. So let's see. Grab that, throw it in. We are about to have our first row of the... Oh, yes, please. Traps in negate snakes. I don't... You don't have to move around as the Necro either, really, until you've killed him. Because you don't have to get close to him to like aim at him with spear or anything like that. But yeah, they can still... if you're wondering what I'm talking about with the moving around, that's kind of due to how those attacks work. Moving around actually kills you faster, which is kind of counterintuitive, but that's why your mercenary just immediately blorps. Oh yeah, dim vision also helps. I mean, even if you don't have dim vision, you can get confused, or you can just bait them all onto your walls and shoot bone spears at them, killing them yourself. Trap skin negates the snakes for Cloak of Shadows, and it also, because you can drop traps around corners, the snakes will usually die before they get to you. So you drop a trap at a corner, and it'll shoot everything in that hallway. You move up, you drop it in front of the next hallway, and the next hallway, and just keep proceeding like that, and you never even actually encounter the snakes, unless you're unlucky. So, yeah. And also, Death Sentries are amazing versus Neelathak, because they will pop as soon as there is something they can hit with that stuff. Which is usually your first kill, because he's surrounded by a swarm. We're getting a lot of these evil urns. I'm very tempted to pop them, but at the same time, I probably shouldn't. Let's see. Mana potion, I will go ahead and drink, just to top myself off. Yes, I know we have the Meditation Mercenary, but it's not like I'm going to do anything else with that mana potion. And I do like this addition down here. Hey! We got something better for Mercenary. Or for us if we wanted to use it. Level 66 requirement, but I think we want Steel Skull and give this to him because we want the attack speed. Walls and pillars get in the way a lot. Yes, they do. Both for you and for the enemies, but enemies will actually sit there and just shoot the pillar. The AI is not the best in this game. Another interesting thing, I think it might actually even be related to the increased attack speed bug, is that frenzy enemies, like the horrible frenzy tours and stuff like that, will actually sometimes lock up their AI if their attack speed gets too high. As long as you can get a bead on where Neelathak is and just like meteor him, he's as good as dead anyway. Diablo 3 win. We've done 2 run-throughs of Diablo 3 with a Barbarian and a Necromancer back whenever the Necromancer first released. But I'll probably be doing the other classes of Diablo 3 on the Let's Play channel. I'm not sure if I'll stream them here, or if I'm just going to just record them off camera and play them there, because I am by no means an expert on Diablo 3 by any stretch of the imagination. It's just I played through it with the classes and get some experience with it. But yes, there will be more Diablo 3 content eventually. It's just a little bit low on the priority list. If you have good resists and damage reduction, no, it won't kill you. Because you're not running Neelathak on like more than players 3. Usually. If not playing it solo, if you're playing online. You're not used to Necro, they're both fun, just depends on what you want to play, and you can get it all done for free. Yeah, there is not a character in this game that can't do everything in the game except for Ubers. And most of them can do Ubers as well, it's just a matter of how much struggle that you want to go through with it. And we're just gonna mana potion up and just go for it. There you go. Everything's dead. Hi, Anya. You jerk for not giving us the town portal back. Yeah. Cold Source. Nature's Peace helps with it. You can also use other pieces of equipment with Rest in Peace on them. There's a few. It's not terrible. With a Blizzard Source, you can't kill the immune, so you can't cast the corpses. Ah, true. That is actually true because all of his little explodey boys are cold immune. Let's see. Let's just throw junk in there. Do. I forget where Lum goes on the big list. I think it's in here somewhere. We'll just throw it there for now and I'll organize it later. You need to create characters to run the keys. You're assuming Sorceress for Countess, Sin for Neelathak, who for Summoner? Sorceress for Summoner. Sorceress on Summoner is super easy because you can just teleport around to him. Whenever you're doing the Summoner, though, and you go the wrong direction, hit those chests. For the love of God, open those chests. They can actually drop runes. And a lot of people overlook them. They're the same kind of chest that's in Lower Kurast. Just in case you run with Nature's Peace and Dwarf Star. Too slow to catch a Shaco on a Bale Pup. Oh, I'm sorry, Spartan. That would have been a good ad. Summoner, you would use Source. Also, the tele helps with speed to find the right direction, yeah. Summon Druid Uber Challenge. Ugh. That makes me kind of sick to my stomach to even think about doing Ubers with a Summon Druid. Because he doesn't have Crushing Blow or Prevent Monster Heal as a pure Summoner. Magic Find does not apply to those chests. It doesn't apply to any chest, but it doesn't apply to those chests. But yes, they are super chests. They are exactly like the Lower Kurast chests, where they have a specific set of library that they pull from to do drops. Of course, higher player counts are going to get you more chances of runes and stuff, but it's definitely worth popping them. And for those of you that are curious how chests work, they're not impacted by Magic Find, but what happens is whenever you open a chest, the chest is basically given a blanket assignment. So it's either going to be a magic chest, a rare chest, a unique chest, or a set chest. And yes, I have gotten set chests. Like once in a blue moon, I'll get them. Usually I get rare or magic. You will sometimes get unique. You will sometimes get set. But basically, all the items in there will be assigned that kind of quality level whenever they drop. Yeah, that's correct. They do not care about Magic Find. It's just like gambling, where you open the chest, it gambles the quality. So everything in there, if you get a unique roll, if you have like 15 items pop out, they'd all be unique. So yeah, they don't care about your Magic Find. Neither do keys. Only thing that cares about Magic Find is whether you're getting uniques off of enemies. So, let's go. Oh yeah, we need to thaw her out. You would allow melee from the druid? Okay. That makes it actually a lot easier. Because then you're a summoner bear or a summoner fury. Charms can indeed drop from chests. Theoretically, and this is just a big air quote, theoretically, you could get a Geed's Charm from them as well. Oh, the evil urns. I thought you were talking about the chests we were mentioning. But yeah, evil urns are good for Magic Find. You'll sometimes get a Stone of Jordan, but you'll never get Train Claws. Aw, that is some kind of like deep-seated curse going on there. No one. That's may you live in interesting times level of like, ha, you're going to have a bad day. But yeah. That's harsh. So let's go get some more resist. Yay, 75 raw fire resist. We're going to be negative lightning and poison in hell. So we will absolutely have to swap over to that stuff. And lose some of our attack speed. I'm so sad. But we'll have Steel Skull. Mercenary will have Telrash's. So let's see. We've done quite a bit here. You gave me a bow. Is it a good bow? No. Garbage. I don't want to buy that. Yeah, that's garbage. In D2 current version, can more than one copy of Unique drop in the same game? Not that I'm aware of. Between IO and Co? Okay. Stream must be lagging a little bit. I have it on low latency. But yeah, I knew it was not high, so it wouldn't be in my mid levels. So, yay, there we go. I always forget what level they are, but I should have actually looked at the stats on it, because that would have told me right away, because all of the, if you notice, all of the stat ones are clumped together, all of the elemental ones are clumped together, that kind of stuff. But yeah, they're organized. What basically we're keeping 4 of each of these, 2 of up to, I think, let's see, 27, I think, and then we have 1 for each of the ones above that, and then the rest are going on mules. Just to keep my organization at least semi-sane. We could swap them all out. We wouldn't have the attack speed. Let's see what it feels like. We don't have the strength to do that. I keep forgetting. We need the glove strength until we get storm shells, but what do our resist look like on there? 75% lightning resist too. That would actually be kind of nice. So maybe we dump into strength a little bit to get the rest of our stuff on. Soon enough. Soon enough. I thought we had something waiting at... Oh yeah, it was 51 for the belt. That makes us lose the magic find, unfortunately. So I'm going to keep it like this for now. For a while. How many miles do I have? You mean mals? M-A-L-S? I have 0 mal runes. Currently. We have not found one at all on any of the characters so far. Unfortunately. But yeah, if you're farming this area in hell, you actually definitely want to pop those evil urns. But yeah, we haven't gotten any Maul runes. We've gotten 2 low runes, but no Maul runes. Once we get the Maul rune, I'll probably be making a Grief. That's one reason why I might save the Paladin until later, and we could just have Grief for Paladin and Barb. Oh, how many mules? Oh, too many. And they're not organized. I already made the 7 characters I'm going to use to just go through normal life, but I have online at least 7 or 8 mules. Found 2 mauls so far. Awesome. They're used in some good stuff. It's kind of like the Dole rune, where it's kind of like people don't think about it too much as far as what it's in. So let's go ahead and just keep nuking everything. We forgot to buy more arrows. We'll be fine. We don't really need a ton unless we come across something super dangerous, which I don't think we're going to. But yeah, if we find a Maul rune, we'll be perfectly content to save it and use it. Would I say Omvex ist for a Sir is fair? Not sure about rune values. That one I'm not up to date on. We have not been trading on our account. So it's... Personally, I wouldn't make the trade. That's because I actually would have a use, especially for the Vex, in my personal playstyle. But I would have more use for the Vex than the Sir. But as far as raw value, as far as the entire overall market goes, that's something Chad will have to answer. Favorite boss skill, character, or skills? Both Mal drops were on the River of Flame and Halls of Pain and Nightmare on PS4. Can you recommend an organization scheme for your mules? How to sort stuff by item type like arm? I have a socket character, which I hold all the socketed items on. And it's worth noting, single player, I use Go Mule. I don't bother with the nonsense of trying to organize that. Massive cluster. If you guys... I have an item hoarding problem in single player because I have to craft so many weird things. And Vex alone should be enough. That sounds about right. But organization scheme for the mules, how to sort stuff by item. I generally don't cut it down to being like gloves and boots and stuff like that. You'll generally find that one set of boots, as you get really high in this, unless you are using something specific, you'll usually either be using war travs or maybe a couple of the unique boots, or you'll just be using faster run rock resist boots. So best item I found so far in online in D2R, probably the low rune that we made a fortitude out of. I need the stats from the Treks to actually equip my bow. But let's just keep going. And we'll go down here. Summon Necro any pointed mage skellies, 1 point. It's just to get to your revives. But no, they're not exactly that strong. There's no way to scale them easily. But let's see. But I have way too many mules. But as far as organizing them go, I usually have a rune mule, a gem mule, maybe 2 gem mules. It depends on how fast I'm using them. And then I'll have a low unique, low set, mid unique, mid set. And usually the mid set one will hold the high sets. And then I will have socketed items. I really wish this had crossplay too. But I know why they didn't do it, because of PvP. Let's see. But yeah, summon necros are generally not going to have much use for the mages because they're not going to be able to scale up in damage compared to the rest of the stuff. It's mostly because the way the... Let's go ahead and chuck those in there. The reason they're not good is you don't have a way to boost up their damage. You can lower enemy resists, but that's about it. Whereas with the regular skeletons, you can throw in might, fanaticism, concentration. You can do amp damage to lower the enemy resist, just like lower resist does. You have a lot more options with them. Overwatch has crossplay because it's a different kind of gameplay. Everyone's kind of like on even-ish grounds with that. I mean, the aiming part might be a little bit of a point, but with the controller versus mouse and keyboard on here, you're talking about whole screens of difference in how you can aim stuff.
Not enough mana.
So let's go ahead and kill them. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by chat rather than going through the game. We'll get there. But best item I found so far would probably be the low rune. All 2 of them. But that best item is really subjective. Like, I'm going to get more use out of that low rune than I would ever get out of a Zod. Than I would ever get out of... Actually, than I would even get out of Magic Find equipment on these characters, because I'm not worried about getting better gear per se. I'm just going through the game kind of like how you would do if you were doing a purely just from scratch single player kind of playthrough. Your son played a Necro, but you've never played one. Yeah, mages just don't scale. It's a major unfortunate thing. I wish there was something that could be done about it, but other than giving an aura or something that could boost them, I don't see it happening. Yeah, I'm using Bariza. We found it on... Was it the Druid that we found it on? I think it was the Druid. Vicarious Visions did the development on this for the most part. And I wouldn't really call them lazy. But Blizzard itself... And you can't even really say that about Blizzard in general. But Blizzard in general is very much corporate game development, they're basically what EA became, where it's slave to the stockholders. So they've got to do these very safe, very polished looking poops to release. That's one reason why this probably won't get them much ground, especially in light of their legal issues. But we're not going to bother discussing those. I don't feel up to it today, so I'm not going to. And before we touch that, I know we're close to the waypoint. It's fine. I'm going to grab a gem. We are going to be interested in casters, so we're going to grab that gem. Is it worth leveling up Inner Sight to level 20? No. It's not even worth leveling it up more than 1. And I'm actually... Do I want to... Nah, we'll put that up as a safety portal. Oh, archers. Lovely. And no, Cold Arrow does not do half damage. It does have shorter range, though. So we're going to go ahead and grab that healing potion. Thankfully, the Valkyrie is taking most of the hits here. Is Iron Golem worth it? It depends on what build you're running and how well you can protect him. If you can't protect him, no, he's not worth it at all. But Iron Golems can carry auras for you, so if you have a bunch of just like crappy insights that you've made over the course of playing and you just want some meditation, go ahead and drop it in an Iron Golem. That's not a factor of lazy. As far as the server issues, that's actually a common business practice, which on one hand, I understand why it's there, and on the other hand, it's kind of stupid. But basically what happens is, think about it like if you knew 3 people that had to travel to a specific destination. Would you buy 3 cars, or would you all drive in the same car? Especially considering maybe a week down the line, one of those people will probably quit. Then if you bought 3 cars, you just have that extra car sitting there doing nothing. It's kind of the same thing with the servers. They get the amount of servers that they think the number of players will be reflecting on. If that makes sense to you. Because just buying enough servers to guarantee it isn't... part of it with AWS is actually the same thing. That, and there's also issues with communications between the servers as well. That's something that can't necessarily be solved by more servers unless you build more intermediary software. What's the best way to figure out trading? It feels like you can't ever figure out the price for items that aren't super common. There really isn't a... I mean, there is a way. I really don't want to promote it, though. As far as trading goes, there are communities that use different measures of how things are worth. And you can use those to kind of scale how much something is at that current time in the community. Like, I'll just go ahead and say it, Forum Gold. I don't use D2JSP. I sometimes use it for like research purposes, but most of that stuff can be found on Amazon Basin anyway. Can I move? Thank you. Wow, that was actually really irritating. I couldn't move. They had me, not necessarily reaction locked, but I was just in a dodge lock. And I couldn't walk. Is Blood Golem and Iron Maiden still a thing? No. Because they changed how it works. It was nerfed a long time ago. Can you fucking die? Thank you. Trying to read chat. Let's see. Oh, I almost read that. I take it you're retyping that. But yeah, Iron Maiden in Hell is just totally not worth it. Oh, those are all like video plans right there, Snugglepuff. if you're curious about each of those questions. But basically, amplify damage versus decrepify is a whole discussion. It depends on what you're doing and what build you're set up for. But generally, I prefer amplify damage, but as far as various builds will use decrepify more often. As far as multi-shot versus strafe, it depends on what bow you're using. For a slow bow like this, you're better off with multi-shot. For a faster bow, you're better off with strafe. Frozen Orb versus Blizzard depends on whether you want to aim. Good points, but that's the standard today in video game industry. Release broken, unstable games. D2R was rough at launch. Same reason why Battlefield 2042 is broken. That's not entirely a broken game situation. That is an overloaded server situation. And I should have put that in strength. But we'll be fine. Strafe does make you shoot faster. You shoot a single bolt with each shot, and you are locked in place. So a slower weapon means you are standing in place longer. Whereas with multi-shot, you are hitting everything in a fanned area, and you can just move the hell out of the way. The big risk of strafe is strafe lock. Kind of a similar situation with fend as well. But at least that is now less borked. But strafe, you generally want a faster weapon. You attack more per second with it, if that makes sense. I am glad you are enjoying it, Snugglepuff, and I'm glad that the videos are helpful. Sorry, I'm scratching the bug bites again. I hate mosquitoes. Have I said that enough? I fucking hate mosquitoes. They are the glomes of real life.
Not enough mana.
Not enough mana. Continues shooting. God dang it, game. Part of the problem wasn't the servers, it's actually the old netcode the game is built on. That is a big problem as well. And also how it's integrated to allow for the characters to be played on any server. It's a Wisconsin State bird. I still think Florida has the worst mosquitoes out of all the states, but yeah. Mosquitoes are nasty everywhere. Especially areas with large rural areas or standing water. Are we really low on bolts again? Dang it. The real heroic prowess of the Diablo 2 heroes is that they can kill swarms of mosquitoes by swinging weapons at them. Entire clouds of them, just one hit. I actually already have a Discord. It's should be in the video description of this, but if you just go to discord.alzorath.com, it'll redirect you to it. But we have a Discord there. You can submit builds in the D2 Builds channel. It's usually fairly quiet because it's a chill community. Most people come for the guides and just kind of like hang out. But your people are welcome to chat on there. We do have various D2 stuff as well as other game stuff on there. You can get a feed for the videos for the main channels, not the support channels. And it'll tell you when the active streamers that I've worked with in the past or that I talked to are streaming as well, which might introduce you to some other creators that you did not know you liked, which I am a big proponent of, redirecting people to other streamers so that they can, streamers and creators, so they can find more interesting people that aren't necessarily PewDiePie big, which is something that YouTube does poorly. That and that in there. The weapons are giant fly swatters. That's how I figure it works. In hell, it makes more sense, and they're immune to physical. Yeah. D2 and Warframe have awesome communities. I know a few people who do Warframe as well. There's some decent communities in both. There's some really shitty communities in both, too. That's one thing about game communities. There's more than one. But there are really good ones in both. So I decided to be a psycho and make a hardcore necro as your first hardcore tune. Actually, that is one of the best hardcore starting ones. Because they have some of the best survivability in the game. It is a bit slow, but they have some of the best survivability in the game. If you play on an old graphics, the portal load is actually faster, if that's the desync you mean. Otherwise, it's the server issues which exist in all games. Yeah. And this one's new and old code interacting. And the actual core game is new and old code interacting. It's maybe built on it to an extent, but there's a lot of new code in there. You can tell by some of the bugs that we're encountering are generally created by trying to emulate old code. Maxed out skeleton mastery first and got enough for 4 mages and 3 skeletons. Ooh. Mages are bad. They're fun and normal, but I would avoid them in the long run. You're planning to make a dragon rune for your mercenary. Do you think it's worth it? No. Not for your mercenary. I would not use that for the mercenary. There are builds that use dragon. They're just super expensive for what they are. In fact, we will be using dragon in the near future on a couple builds. It's just not necessarily the things that people are anticipating. And I just went, yeah. So we've got the waypoint down there. Let's go the other way around. It's overpriced for what it is. That's for sure. Oh, dang. Hi. You are mana burn, you fool. But yeah, dragon is overpriced for what it is, but there are some fun builds that can be had with it. It's not completely garbage. And we didn't get a mana potion in that? Thanks. Can I make an iron golem? No, but they might be able to. Generally, we're going to be looking at Holy Fire builds for a bit. Also, that would mean Act 3 Mercenary, which is generally the worst. Ugh. Well, Dragon is shield or armor. It could go on any mercenary. There's a good one from Days Long Past. Can Druids still survive being one-shotted while they are in non-human form? I haven't tested it in D2R, but I imagine so, because what happens is whenever you hit 0 life, you transform back into human, so you can drop a human corpse, but I would have to test that one. It still worked in 1.14 for sure. What used to happen was the shifted druid would be dropped back into non-shifted with only 1 HP remaining. Yeah, that's how it worked in 1.14. I don't know if they carried it over to D2R. Can you make an iron golem out of the metal grid amulet? You can make an iron golem out of it. It won't stick between games. And Iron Golem can be made out of... I guess you could make, like, I almost called it a poor man's Fire Golem, but it would be a rich man's Fire Golem if you used dragon armor to make a golem. That would be horrible. Don't do that. No. But yeah, Iron Golem from Metal Grid can be done. Generally, I don't bother with it because you're gonna have to pay to restore those charges. You're gonna be using up an item. It's not gonna stick with you between games because it puts it at your character's like owned level. It's all kinds of pains in the ass. Lysander's bow is amazing. It's incredible. Can't believe you found it. It's a decent bow. I'm not sure I'd put it in my top 5, but it's a good bow. It's something that you can use to beat the game with. It's not going to be like the best in slot for anything, but Iron Golem does persist between games, but not from charges. Or if you unequip the metal grid. you unequip it, it goes away as well. But Iron Golem, whenever you summon it as a Necromancer with actual points in it, you do keep it. I'm sorry if that wasn't entirely clear. We were talking about Metal Grid at the time. So Ariat Summit. Did we actually get the waypoint down here? I think we did. I think it was down by the entrance, was it not? Yes. Because it's right there. Question becomes, do we bug the mercenary? Yes, we do. We bug the mercenary, we go around the edge, we try to hook them on that corner. If not, we run and shoot. So Inner Cloister, let's bug him. No, it's fine. Because I don't know. Sometimes I am not entirely clear. Any reason why hunger feels broken seems like it doesn't work properly. I guess that was broke. Well, it's not as bad as it was in the original version. You actually are hitting each swing now. At least in the test run I did, I was. They might have re-broken it trying to fix the... If they pushed a small patch to try and fix the bug. The IAS bug. Did that really... There's an enemy in there, isn't there? Yep. Okay. Let's go down here. Time to bug this guy. Let's see, you used Kuko from normal to nightmare, then found a Bariza for nightmare to hell. Pretty good. Wish you could make an expensive faith rune word, but yeah, it is pretty dang expensive. So, it's there. Let's go ahead and drop you out. We don't need more L runes just yet, so we're going to store that. And yes, I do hoard L runes because I never seem to have them when I need them. At least that was how it was back in the day.
Yes?
Because I'd be like, oh, it's just an L rune. It's supposed to be one of the most common. Nope. Okay. So onwards to Act 5 and down there to kill the big nasties. Making fairly good progress. So let's see. We need to dump the gold off. Let's actually take all the gold out. And dump it in there just in case the unthinkable happens. Going from 25 FPS to 60 has made some skills OP, play differently. Honestly, very interesting to see the difference. Do you stop finding the common runes with higher character level? No. Character level has zero impact on the runes. The reason why L runes are kind of uncommon, it's kind of like the cracked sash effect, where they just get out. Ends up being more weight towards other runes than the lowest one. It's the same issue with trying to get low uniques. But Iron Golems are just... They'll follow you if you have hard points or an item that gives plus skills to Iron Golem, which I don't think exists. I can't remember any off the top of my head. But yeah, if you don't have those points on your character, they'll just die as soon as you go into a new game. They just won't resummon because they resummon at your level, which would be 0. Same thing if you summon a high level one as a Necromancer. Whenever you go into the next game, if you only have 1 point in it, it'll resummon as a level 1 Iron Golem. And the way rune drops work, by the way, is it determines, I'm going to drop a rune. And then it drops the rune based on the weighting. So, for example, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this, but basically, let's say you kill an enemy that can drop everything up to Zod. Zod will have like a 1 point weighting, L will have a few 1,000 point weighting. And then it just picks a number between 1 and however many, and whichever one it lands on is the one that you get. So after a while, L's several thousand big versus many thousands of more of like the 20-something runes right above it, it tends to start happening less, if that makes sense. So up we go. We got Valkyrie. We're going to try to cheese them. Come over this way, big boys. We've got a bugged mercenary. Valkyrie's gonna die. I want them to come after me. We're gonna come down here. And this is gonna hurt like a truck. Not as bad as I thought. Nope, nope, ah, damn it. I just borked that up. Okay. We can keep moving. These other two are not a huge problem, but Mr. Whirlwind here, Mr. Talic, can be a problem. Come on, down over here. Follow me. Oh, no, I'm pinned. Bite me, game. What the? Fine, we're doing this the hard way. I can't move. I'm literally stuck here. I literally can't fucking move. That is fucking stupid. Bite me, game. Jesus Christ, I hate that. If you guys are wondering what I'm very mad about right there is Leapy Bastard. I forget his name. Whenever he leaps, he locks. They're based on monster level. But area level is usually based on usually the same as the area level, except for in normal. But anyway, whenever he does his leap attack, he locks his landing zone out. So what happened is we ran up there. Oh, we're luring him that way. He leapt, and his landing spot actually kept me from moving out of that spot. So guess what? We were basically fucked. I was thinking, oh, I can just churn through this, but no, we weren't doing enough damage. That pissed me off. For those of you that are really curious about it. Oh, I hate that. That is one... That's a bug that is in the original one, too. And it has always pissed me off. Because if you're running around fighting them and kiting them, you'll actually get caught on that, too. So, it's like, god damn it. Is it worth leveling up Magic Arrow for physical immunes? Not explicitly for them. I do it for a free arrow that I don't actually have to spend money on. I know that's a stupid thing, but it saves me from having to go to town nearly as much. But game can suck a dick right now for that. But yeah, basically I had moved here, and he decided to leap attack me, and it immediately locked out this area from movement. So I couldn't escape. That's why I had to do that. And I hate it. I really hate it. Come on. Come this way. Come down here. Thank you. And we'll come down this way. And now we'll take out this guy this way. Ha! He's stuck behind my mercenary. Yay! As long as the mercenary stays there, we're happy. Because he'll keep him from coming around because he's serving as a little lip on the nonsense. That is fine. You're back but drunker. Welcome back, Huntron. Hopefully it was good stuff. And I think we just kind of derped his AI for a second there. There we go. And now Mercenary will finish them off. I'm going to unsummon you real quick. There you go. So he'll keep trying to come around like this. Yeah, it rolls yes, no, going from Zod down. It happens very quickly, but it's basically that's how it weights it. Because you'll have like a 1 in whatever chance for that. There's a question I've had happen a while playing with Zon. Why with guided arrow, since it always hits, does it miss and not do damage? I haven't noticed it missing. Or highest possible for area and down. I think, or other way. It's from the top down. It's just like rolling for uniques. Am I cheating? Yes, I am 100% cheating this. Let the mercenary do all the work. I know Charge Strike is better against larger targets, but yes, it is the boss killer. It's really good against things like Bale and Diablo and stuff like that. These are... I'm trying to remember what size they are. You're supposed to kite them for 20 minutes. Yes, to an extent. You love Demon Limb Mace you found. It has 23 enchant. Awesome for... It's a good weapon just to kind of do stuff with. Yeah, if it was the bottom up, you would always see the L runes because the chance of that dropping is insane. Actually, it would always drop because it's the last one. But no, I'm letting Mercenary do it so I can read chat. And we actually do have a decent level Charge Strike, by the way. It is level 24, and we have some synergies in it. But Mercenary's doing fine. He's got this. I do this in hell, too. But we got our level up. Let's go ahead and grab that. Yay! Decent damage. We're avoiding Lightning Fury just to spite people. So let's go ahead and get strength so we can equip other things besides Saigons. And we will be using the decoy trick whenever we get down to the bales. Well, that's because the mercenary's bugged. So, yeah, it works out amazing. And I really don't like what they do with the quest thing where it locks... yeah, you can't just click and look at them. It locks you into the quest while they're kind of like clearing out. Oh, I'm using the wrong one. There we go. Magic arrow. And we will go ahead and nuke all these. Let's go ahead and grab the full rejuve potions. Hey, and there's the little worm things that I had trouble capturing, so I didn't end up making a video on them. They're a pain in the butt to get enough of them in one spot to actually do a video over, so I was just like, screw it. We'll just include them in the freaking Corruptor video. Which should be coming out relatively in the next few days, so it's fine. So those are going to go there. Do we have any mana potions here? Yeah, we got one. So away we go. And our chance to hit is not terrible here. You love how hard Diablo 2 can get, especially when on Hell, and you love that you have to work for good loot. D3 just gave you everything and kind of ruins the fun. I wouldn't say Diablo 2 is hard once you figure out how everything works. But until then, yeah, it actually can provide a decent amount of challenge. There's a lot of exploits and stuff that you can do to make the game easier. There's a lot of tricks that you learn over time that it just makes it a little simpler to do. It's a dead end! No! Die, you hero fence! Might as well get them for the XP. I hope Diablo 4 does find at least a similar balance where normal difficulty is kind of not necessarily a cakewalk, but easy enough, and you start getting decent stuff. Nightmare is kind of like the intended difficulty where you already have decent stuff, but you still have a little bit of like you have to dodge this and that, and then Hell difficulty becomes these things are going to be a pain in the butt to defeat unless you actually pay attention to them. I would say first playthrough isn't terrible unless you're trying to play like a barbarian or something that requires equipment to actually be good. There's pretty much every character except for, I would say except for barbarian can kind of go through the game without too much stress on their first playthrough if you know how to kind of work the skills in your favor. Go and take them out. And we will continue just chugging through them. I'm hopefully going to find the stairs down relatively quickly because we are closing in on that beautiful 4-hour mark. Yeah, working on cooldowns. If it's designed around it, cooldowns can be fine. But it has to be designed around it. Diablo 2 was not designed around cooldowns. So they had to do a bunch of rebalancing, and I don't think they quite got it right on point, especially not with things like Fist of the Heavens and stuff. They did like weird balancing choices that were more for PvP, which was a little bit irritating. Your first play was a Zon, but switched to Barb at 26. Barb is 45 now. Zon is still under 30. Ouch. You're new to D2, been playing since they released D2R, but you played the hell out of D1 and D3. Okay. So I know where you're coming from on that. It's definitely the mentality of playing through D2 is a lot more like D1 than D3. That is without a doubt. So let's see. Do I have any other scary things? Let's go ahead and grab those. And we should be probably 56 by the end of this, which means I do want to level up a little bit. Because I don't really want to be starting Hell difficulty at under 60, even as a seasoned player. I mean, you can. We've done it before. We'll probably do it multiple times again as we do playthroughs. But, ooh, we got Gloams. Nice. Lightning happy. I hate Gloams. They're pretty decent rare boots. They're not quite GG. They need stats for that, but yeah, they're decent. And we just have a bunch of random fiends in here that we'll just finish off. There we go. Okay. Honestly, as long as you're having fun with the game, there isn't a wrong way to play it. As long as you're not ruining someone else's fun. I will never condone just dropping into games and PKing, for example. That's just dick move and you should be shanked for it. But as far as just playing in general, if you want to do a naked barbarian through Hell run, that is perfectly fine. As long as you are getting what you desire out of it. You have to say that you're a Frenzy Barb, and for normal, it's working pretty well. Barb is capable of running Nightmare Act 1. Yeah, they can work. You just need to know your weapons fairly well. There are rune words that you'll get that will make that Frenzy Barb pop through Nightmare. You just have to be able to get some AMs and stuff. As far as what Mercenary I'd get for it, probably a Holy Freeze Act 2 and Nightmare would be kind of like what I would lean into for it. For normal difficulty, you can use the Act 3 Mercenary Cold. It's true of any character, though. To provide you a little bit of security. I hate Gloams. Die, you fools. And they always seem to spawn for me on here. But anywho, we will find the stairs down. We will find Bale. He will be murdered today. Ouch. That hurts. You assholes. I don't have great lightning resist because I don't have the stuff equipped right now. I'm wanting my magic find, damn it. My little, like, 50% magic find. What's preferable gear for Act 3 mercenaries? Generally, I don't use them past normal difficulty, and I don't usually recommend them past normal difficulty. But faster cast is going to be what most people want in it. If you... Oh, jeez, my glooms. If you want to make one viable in Hell difficulty, like, I mean, doing as much damage as kind of like an average Act 2 mercenary, not a good one, an average as in just mediocre. You generally have to spend a lot of resources on rainbow facets. Barely 60% magic. I think I have 50% or 54% or something like that. I have straight 50% because we got rid of the small charm. I remember now. Well, we didn't get rid of it. It's on another character. But yeah, it's fine. Original Frozen Orb had no cooldown. Original Summon Skeleton had no limit. Like, no technical limit. It was just 1 point for each point you used in it. Okay, so we've got Doom Knights, which is fine. So that's not bad for this floor. This is not bad at all. Sometimes I get a poison floor on 3, which, if you guys are curious, there are fixed sets of enemies that can spawn on these. It's not just like completely random. It's not like pulling, oh, we can have any enemy from Act 5, and no, it's literally there is a set, and they just added to those sets. You love using Double Swing and Frenzy. That 6-second speed boost is fun. 1 point into Leap. 1 point into Whirlwind. Perfect for playing with friends who are blocking a doorway. Yes, Whirlwind for that is, yeah. It's pretty solid. So let's go ahead and take these things down. Skeleton mages should be able to summon skeletons. That would be weird. I do wish there were ways to modify them so it'd summon like a skeleton archer instead. That way you could actually bump it with physical damage boost. But there's not really a way they could integrate that into the system. Leap seems to not be able to jump over caverns. It should be able to jump over streams. There's certain walls it can even jump through. I haven't tested a lot of it in D2R, though, because I haven't been doing a lot of barbarian builds. And that is partly due to the YouTube aspect of how I play lately. Because barbarians, if you're curious, absolutely tank as far as videos go. They are hands down the worst performers. Paladin and Sorceress tend to come out on top, with Necromancer doing fairly well if you go within certain builds. Or go with a clickbaity title. But, yeah. Yeah, we are pretty close to 10k. If you guys get me to 10,000 tonight, then one of my polls I'm going to have to change. I actually have a poll for guessing when we're going to hit 10,000 coming up, but it's not until the end of the month. Because my estimate for it was early December. And it's not too weird that barbarians are less popular as for videos and stuff like that, because they're generally viewed as being one of the, not necessarily weaker classes, but only strong in specific niches class, if that makes sense. $10,000 tonight, so I have to change one of my polls. I mean, I would be fine with it. That would be awesome. I have not recorded the 10,000 subscriber video yet. Any advice on how to deal with stone skin? Berserk. If you're talking about barbarian, just Berserk is your answer to stone skin. That or a Holy Freeze mercenary. Because, believe it or not, the Holy Freeze on the mercenary functions like normal Holy Freeze. So it gives him cold damage. I have done that with a few characters that were pure physical damage. I didn't have another option. There's Atma's Amulet that can give you amplified damage. There is Reaper's Toll that you can put on a mercenary to give them Decrepify. It's nothing too scary. And there's enough strength for this, I think. 110, yeah. Skill-wise, let's go grab that. Hell Witches, not too scary. They do hurt, they're just not too scary. We leech back about as fast as they can do that. I'm stubborn, I don't like skipping enemies, but it is a legitimate strategy. So that goes there. We can equip the boots now. We're going to lose Magic Find, which kind of sucks. But there we go. Now our resists are fairly decent. And as far as mercenary level, I think mercenary is caught up to us. Is he not? Yeah, he is. Couldn't remember whether we caught him up or not. We're not going to get fortitude tonight. I'm sorry. Yeah, I love how you can put ethereal items on mercenaries and not worry about it too. Makes life a lot less stressful. We're going to go ahead and keep that second one in there just in case. But yeah, you don't have to kill everything. That said, oh, why? Why these? Go away, you fools. But generally speaking, for beginner builds and for budget builds, I generally try to make the builds capable of killing everything. That way because generally those are going to attract your new players or people who don't know too much about the game. And they are going to want to kill everything. So I try to gear those around that so that they can actually have that. So anyway. Is my stream really that far lagged? It might be. You might actually have had a stutter and be behind on it a little bit. Leap attack is better because it doesn't have a distance limit. Yes, very true. There is a leap build, for those of you that are curious. I don't recommend it for, like, anyone who's actually taking their build seriously, but there is a leap build that is very fun and it was a little bit more popular back whenever cows were actually, a viable leveling strategy. But basically, the leap pushes enemies around, which is hilarious. The Gloams and the Stygian dolls. I want these guys dead up here so they vanish. Mercenary, no. And yes, I threw a full rejuve on them because I just noticed how low he was. We have another rejuve in our stash that I can pick up later on if we need it. I don't think we're going to. But anyway, this is the decoy trick, by the way. It's only a 30-second duration because of how low level it is. But what we want to do is we want to continually be casting a decoy up at the top near Bale because he will target the thing that's closest to him. So, as we drop decoy up there, he'll keep casting Decrepify on that and not on us. So let's go ahead and take all these. And as long as I'm hanging back, they're not going to be too big of an issue either. But so get rid of him. Summon another one there, just in case. How are we looking on potions? Fairly good. We're a little bit poisoned. We're fine. And Poison Enchant is something that is distinctly there. For those of you wondering, yes, Poison Enchant is a status, believe it or not. It's not a very prominent status, and it doesn't actually list on him, but it's there. Oh, he's still alive! No! We got decrepified and all that. No! I'm gonna go to town real quick. He's gonna summon up Balrogs, probably. It's a little bit easier to do that trick whenever you have more plus skills than we do. But it's still not bad. We're currently using Sazabis. Oh, let's go ahead and move those over. Get our stat points because we might as well. Let's get some life. We don't need more arrows. We'll take another rejuve. Where are you hiding at? There you is. Nice. But yeah, there's a lot of little tricks that you can do that make life a little bit easier. And for a lot of people, it's like almost instinctual that they just do it. But if you mention it, then more people will learn it. It's just I don't think about that very often. Unless I am specifically running an Amazon at that time and it's a physical attack roll. The slower attack speed is a little bit irritating, but it's fine. And that is our higher level one. Let's go ahead and get that up there. This is probably going to end up pulling some of the minions towards it as well. And this should be relatively easy for us to handle because they'll be focused in on the Valkyrie instead of us. And as long as she keeps resummoning as we're shooting them, we're fine. And are they going to go down? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Yep, that was pretty easy. So let's see. Is there anything in here that we want? I don't see any bases that I want. I'm not seeing any good sets or anything like that, so let's grab Healing Potion. It's time for Bale. I am going to Safety Portal, though. Just because I don't trust myself not to completely derp. On the live tracking, I am currently only a few seconds behind. Make sure that the little red dot next to live is red. Otherwise, it might have lagged. And we'll go ahead and drop that. Okay, so Bale, hi. Where are you? Where did you teleport to, dingus? There you go. Oh, you already summoned a clone. And I'm pretty sure this is the clone. But we'll still kill it anyway. And I should probably pull the, whatchamacallit, out of my cube, my arrows. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. Hi. There you go, just so we auto-load them up. I do miss the guided arrow pierce. I wish they would bring it back for against monsters, but make it not work against players. That would make it perfectly balanced. But we're just going to keep plucking away and hope for the best. Mercenaries, stop dying. And this might not be the clone. Oh, nope, there went Mercenary. Bye, Mercenary. Thanks for nothing. What are you hiding behind, dumbass? There you go. There are a max number of times it can pierce, even before there was. There's the clone, finally wandering out. Why are you ignoring my Valkyrie, my dude? Go after her. And I'm trying to stay a little bit back from him, that way I don't get hit by the mana burn skill. I keep forgetting what it's called. It's like a mana drill or something like that. Some tacky name. It hit me there, but we almost have him, so we're fine. There you go. Yay! Nothing really too amazing there.
My work here is truly done.
Let's take the battle belt. That could potentially be better. This is going to go in there. Crown shield in there as well. Ancient axe will leave alone. Go pick up the gold.
Hello.
We got yellows. That's fine. Not great. But yeah, Pierce actually does have a limit to how many times it can pierce. It'll Ghost Pierce after that. Guided Arrow Pierce was moved a long time ago, though. What crossbow am I using? Currently, I'm using a Neft Bariza Dolkayanon, which I might actually swap out for a Shale now that we don't have the increased attack speed. So, We murdered. It's fine. It's okay.
I can't.
And we'll go get these identified. Let's go ahead and just... Yep. Hi, mortal. Thank you for giving me that. We'll identify it before leaving the game. Yeah, Bariza is amazing. It's not the best bow in the game anymore. It's not sought after nearly as much, but it's good. It's good enough. So, that's a no. That's a no. As soon as I see monster flee on claws, unless it's trap claws, they're gone.
Salutations.
I don't like it on normal things. That is cute. We could sell it for 35k in hell difficulty, but I'm not going to bother. And there was our heal for our mercenary, trying to keep him alive. And the crown shield is garbage. Actually, it's got 2 sockets in it. It's not that bad. So that's pretty easy. So we'll go ahead and resurrect Vikyat. Get that going, and that is going to be nightmare difficulty done. And I think that's a good place to call it for the night. Next time we will be going into hell difficulty. I might do some leveling before then. How many sockets can you get into a Bariza? 1. So it's fine. And I'm not too worried about magic finding. We have all the stuff we need for the characters. Anything we get from here on out is just more. So it's not really a big deal. I'm not too concerned about getting the best things ever. The best the life can get. I'm going to swap that out for that. Just because I want some elemental damage, and I've been hoarding that for a while, and I want to play around with it. Yay. But, anyway. It has been fun. Hopefully you guys find all the items you're looking for, and yeah, keep gaming, have fun, peace out. This has been Alzorath, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. Bye. And melee Zons can be quite strong, you just have to build them right.